Go ahead and call the meeting to order. This will call our State Travel Economic Development Commission meeting for May 8th, 2024 to order. The Montana Department of Commerce records the meetings electronically and will serve as the official meeting minutes. If you are attending virtually, please raise your hand, be called upon. Please help the public by identifying yourself when you speak. Explain any acronyms that may be used in the discussion. If you're referring to a document, state the document name. As a final reminder, the recording will not be edited, cut, or altered in any manner. Now we'll have roll call.
Richard Sandray,
Present.
Jennifer Finley, Sean Backbone,
Present.
Selena Cuthbert, Bryce Kirk,
Here.
Gerald Gray,
Here.
Melissa Lone Bear, here. Steve Cool, Mark Blaisdell,
Here.
Paul Gray.
Okay.
Yeah. Hiç bahane balık ya kuarın sahiha doğusta mağara gitti diyor. Sağ işte ne çıktı tam diyor. Chairman the United States Representatives Smalls tonight let's do it to the commission. Ciao qui on they want to want it to go it's barbecue.
Check in the mail. All right, so I'd just like to welcome you all to this meeting. This little housekeeping behind us are the bathrooms. Bathrooms. We got roam around if you need to make calls, conference room over there. So, yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and get started. If we have any public.
I don't see any public comments on the Zoom.
Okay, so now we'll go ahead and take a look at the approval of February 21, 2024 minutes. They're in the packet. First, second. Second by Mr. Blackstone. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Minutes. Now we have a Native American Collateral Support Program. Olivia and Misty. Is Misty on?
No, just Olivia.
Okay, Olivia, floor is yours.
Good morning.
This morning, I see we got 10. Oh,
And it is a little bit hard for me to hear. Are we ready to get going on my side of things or holding off a little bit longer?
Oh, we're ready.
We're ready. Okay. So thank you everyone for the time today. Just to introduce myself, Olivia Kettering, Business Development Manager for Montana Department of Commerce, Business MT Division. I have had the pleasure of being with Commerce for a little over a year now, joined in March of 2023. Wanted to give a brief overview of the Native American Collateral Support Program. I have had the pleasure of just recently jumping in, so we will answer any questions at the end. However, there may be some I can't answer today, but I will certainly get you an answer very promptly. Really wanted to just spend time on some of the recent successes we've had out of this program. It's been really wonderful to see the interest in the program, as well as there have been multiple institutions or lenders reaching out this week looking to participate for the first time. So we do have a variety of approved lenders through the program. A vast majority of those lenders are community development financial institutions, CDFIs, or economic development revolving loan fund managers, RLFs. In total, we have a network of 12 approved lending institutions across the state. Most recently, a NACS loan that was paid in full and paid as agreed was for Sage and Oats Trading Post, LLC. They were approved for $30,000 with the help of Montana Business Assistance Connection. That would be Helena's local EDO MBAC. That was a really exciting loan. We've been able to see the business thrive, as well as it's right here in my backyard in Helena. So I've been able to go in and take a peek, which has been really exciting. Within the last 3 weeks, we've approved 2 additional loans, $100,000 with Valley Bank of Ronan to fund the purchase of Stage Line Pizza of Montana with the intent of becoming G&M Pizza Inc. The current owners of this business have struggled to keep up with their responsibilities, as they are both well into their 90s and struggling from some health complications. This is a great program, and we've seen this a few times where there's business owners looking to either sell or just not keep up with the business anymore. And this has been a great exit strategy for those who are either looking to enter the market or want to expand their own business operations to facilitate doing so. Past that, we also just approved $110,000, again with Valley Bank of Ronan, to fund the purchase of the initial inventory for a Napa distribution center store and 1 of 2 delivery trucks for the facility. This NACS supported loan facilitated business expansion for a second Napa store in Pablo, Montana. This store will act as a distribution center, carrying and delivering far more parts than what a normal Napa store would have. The expansion of this business is expected to create an additional 13 full-time positions. We do collect jobs retained and jobs created for this program. Overall, we've seen a tremendous growth in new positions and have been able to retain existing within the businesses who apply. Currently in conversation with 2 or 3 more applications coming down the pipeline. With the outstanding success of the program, we're looking at just a little over $100,000 remaining. Our initial seed money for this program would have been $500,000. So as CDs are paid back, we do have more money put back into that pot. And again, there's just been a lot of interest in this program. I want to keep it brief today, knowing we don't have a lot of funding available. Something I will bring up at this time is the State Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI 2.0. We're looking at our 3rd and final tranche, but looking to hold off on additional application cycles to put an emphasis on reaching communities, particularly those that are rural or on reservations. And so that's something in the coming months. I may not have worked with you in the past, but I'm really looking forward to working with Mr. TJ as well as some of you wonderful folks to get that program into the communities, as well as this NACS program. If there are any questions, or perhaps you have an institution or lender in mind that may want to get signed up, I'll go ahead and put my contact information in the chat, and I would love to facilitate those conversations. And I know that was very brief, but if there are any questions or anything of the sort, I'd be happy to answer those as well.
Yeah, I have a question, or a couple of questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you said the NACS is on hold right now because of the amount of money you got?
We are still accepting applications. Generally, our applications are around $100,000. We do see some on that lower 30-50,000 range. Certainly not on hold. However, we have 2 or 3 applications I know are coming down the pipeline. I'm in conversations with their lenders. So I anticipate within the next 2 or 3 weeks, we won't have money available. However, as the anniversary dates come for a CD, we will generally see a tiered CD structure, which would mean a year from now, we'll see 40,000 of what we invested. The additional year, we'll see another 50,000. So the money does revolve. Its timing is very important and will play into what we have available to lend out.
When does the money replenish into NACS?
Yeah, so the money replenishes as the loans are paid as agreed. Assuming the loan is paid as agreed, we will generally see the majority of the funds in the first 2 to 3 years, and then the remaining left within the 5. We are exploring additional collateral support programs based on the success of this program.
Where are the applications at for apply for this?
So we have it on our Business MT webpage, and I can throw that link in the chat as well. It's going to be the credit underwriting from the lender, as well as a certification form, and then a collateral support application form, all of which are fairly short, so it's not too long. Any questions or concerns on application, I'm more than happy to walk a lender through it, particularly if it's their first time applying to the program.
So then the other question I had is the SSBCI 2.0. When is that going to start?
So we are looking to do the applications August 1st to August 31st. And then in the month of May, June, and July, we are hoping to do either Zoom meetings, potentially a little road show to get and reach all 4 corners of the state, better educate lenders on the program, how to access the program, who would be eligible, and all things included.
So the state has quite a bit of money in the SSBCI, correct?
Correct. We're looking at about $6 million for the application cycle of August 1st to 31st. There is always the opportunity for recycled funds as well. So with the recycled funds, they are kept and housed with the Community Development Financial Institution, CDFI, that managed the funds. We will have an open rolling application. So if you were wanting to pursue recycled funds, your first point of contact would be the local EDO CDFI, and they will facilitate an application to use recycled funds. This is something where we were initially awarded $60 million as a state. We've seen 2 tranches already. We're on the 3rd tranche. Each tranche is $20 million. So up until January 30th of 2028, we will have that $60 million either in active loans or being recycled into loans as principal balances are paid back. So for 5 years, that funding gets rolled.
Anyone else have any questions? Yes, Luke.
Thanks, Terry. This is Luke Robinson. I got a quick question, just a kind of a comment. Or I was curious as to when the NACS program got moved from maybe Department of Commerce Office Indian Country programs to more to Business MT. Olivia, with you at the helm of it. I remember I worked here for about 3 years, and it's always been in our program. So just wondering how it moved. Second, I'll just ask like the underwriting criteria, because that you didn't mention the amount, the aggregate amount of that loan to the 90-year-olds, and just checking the underwriting, what kind of bank makes that loan to a 90-year-old, you know, no discrimination, but at the same time, you
Oh,
said
sure.
it's a troubled loan at the same time, and they approve that, what kind of underwriting standards they have, and then do we just kind of rubber stamp the approval onto our NACS program, so to protect our customers? So thank you.
Absolutely, and I apologize on my poor communication. They were buying the business from those elderly folks. We did not fund them. They were looking to retire and not manage the business at all anymore. And so it was moving from Stage Line Pizza to a G&M Pizza. We don't have really a lot of restrictions on the underwriting. We rely on the banks and the CDFIs with their normal operating procedure and lending practices. When we look at the full loan amount, and I'm listing 30,000, 100,000, 110, that was the collateral support needed to get the loan done and funded. So we look to come in at the lowest dollar amount possible to make the transaction happen. The moving of the program into the Business MT side of things was very recent. I want to say it was within like the last 4 months or so, somewhere in there. That was a decision made by our director at the time, or excuse me, not director, division administrator at the time.
Former administrator, former DA, kind of convoluted and confusing. So yeah, it's unclear now. I can still refer a lot of clients to this program. But this one, glad to see that we're kind of, we got taken from our programs historically. Native, yeah. The native CDFI networks, the native CDFIs, the native banks, a lot of Western Montana. So I don't know, it's just kind of, yeah. Who would make that call for it to be moved from this program to Olivia? Because again, this is where it frustrates me again. This is where what's his name, bump heads and happen. Because again, why are we having these meetings and something's getting taken out of a program that is meant for natives, and we're here as commissioners to sit there and have a say in state economic development commission. We have our own commission that deals with this stuff. I ain't gonna sit there and have somebody tell me to stay in my lane again, but it don't work like that, because and nobody even, did you know? You guys know about it? Anybody know? That's what I'm saying. What's this commission about then? Well, why are we here? Is it just, again, I always say it, are we just checking a box off to say, hey, we have this thing for Indians, and they have a say, but what say do we have when one program gets moved from something that was meant for natives and then put somewhere else with the state? That just don't work. I don't know. It's frustrating, yeah.
Thank you for that feedback. I really do appreciate it. And I think that's a conversation that, as we are looking for a new DA, that perhaps TJ and I can facilitate that conversation and, you know, moving it where it's meaningful. And absolutely, we want to hear that voice and have that discussion, most certainly.
Yeah, it is kind of frustrating too. I mean, we learn about this stuff at these meetings. Always hindsight. And then also, We don't have the commissioner, director of commerce, they never show up anymore. Misty never shows up. You get nothing from the state, you know. I'm like, okay, guess we'll wait and find out next week. No?
I do know Director Green is in Seattle. He was in Seattle for 3 days today. He took over just a few months ago. And so I do know he's delving into these areas quite a bit. Olivia, do you know, is this part of that House Bill 881?
This would not be a part of that, to my knowledge. I know there was some sweeping of funds that if they lost their federal identity, however, some of those programs, we have been able to put up sideboards and keep them like micro business that is staying in its own lane, or defederalized wood products. So with that being said, I can verify that for sure. And then again, something I'd really like to see is hopefully more money come into this pot, because again, it is highly sought after, and from what I can tell, it's doing a lot of really great work in communities. One of the applications coming is for a laundromat, and it's one of the only laundromats that stays open long enough and not seasonal within the community. So just really great proposals coming from lenders, businesses, and the collaboration as a whole.
See, that's the thing, they took it away from the office that knows us, that works with Indian country. They benefit Indian country,
Yeah.
and they took it away from this office, and they gave it to a different office that's never worked with us. It's frustrating. Because Lou and all the other ladies, if a grant or anything comes out, or all these DCI stuff comes up, you get an email and your thing saying, hey, this is it, this is what you get. You ain't gonna get it from any other part because that's the part.
Chairman Gray, what did you say?
Sure.
Can we request like a list of, I guess, opportunities, the funding opportunities, or the, like, we get emails from the people in this room, but like with the change, there's calls being made without input, I guess, from the tribes, from the people that it's affecting. So you guys are saying if you could get emails on when they make changes like this to a program, is that what you're saying?
No, the opportunities.
The opportunities, like the resource list, or like. Oh. So like the NACS program, those, the types that are under,
SSBCR
that all,
opportunities.
sure, so.
I know you do a good job with the tour.
So Chairman Gray, what I could do is send out lists of what is in our programs and other things that are within commerce that would be helpful to you guys. Is that correct? Is that what you want? What you thinking? Okay, yeah.
Also, if there's a change,
Yeah.
so you know, that's the meaningful consultation. We keep saying that, we deal with that all the time. Consultation is just, you find out, and consultation for Indians happen at the end of it when it's already through the process of everything. Just listen to me. Say, hey, this is what we're thinking when it comes to, only when it comes to the natives. This is the change in the office. This is what happened, you know, so on and so forth. We take this back, and then all of a sudden it gets changed. It's okay. We're sitting here. It's together.
With commerce and tell us.
I'm happy with Director Green on it. I think this changes happened before he took over, so. Yeah.
So, my understanding is that when I joined the department in our division, in our department office for the country, our existing, division administrator, Leanne Taylor, she, we also had, Maria Belandra had left the position as our program manager. There was a vacancy in that position, then, as you know, Senator Jason Small came and filled that position. And the rest of us were not really sure what was happening with NACS. And at that time, Leanne was saying the NACS was gonna get moved into, an upcoming development loan program with those that are being hired as professionals that have, more understanding of how the underwriting is and the terms of loans. And, so those were internal decisions and communications. Yeah, so, essentially, we would get inquiries from, our tribal customers that would want to inquire about the NACS program. We would refer them to Leanne, and Leanne would refer those to, and Olivia wasn't on board at this point, to others that were working on this revolving loan and some of the changes with the Big Sky Trust Fund, and all those things that were happening after this last session. So then when we, had TJ as our new program manager brought in, we're still unsure what was happening with the NACS program, if he was gonna be resuming the administration of that program, because it normally was under the program manager purview. And, Leanne said it was gonna be moving into the more other side, loan side of the business, NT. And then just about maybe 4 weeks ago, we were notified as staff that, Leanne Taylor was, removed from her position. And so, and Olivia has assumed taking on this role of making sure that the NACS program continues to be administered, those payments are coming in, that that it's still a healthy program and available. And while she's taken that role, we've been assuming other duties, with HB 19 and other statutes that have been put upon our program to administer. So I hope that provides a little bit. It's vacant. They're right now recruiting and hiring for that position. Yeah. A lot of changes, and I know you know, since I've been on board, there's been a lot of changes.
Yeah.
So thank you for giving me a chance to give you a little that brief history.
Kind of goes with them putting all that money into one big grant for the year for the tribes. You know, that was a tough one there, when all that money was set aside for each tribe, 30,000 every year, at least the tribes that are doing something. But the one, which it was good because it did benefit tribes. Even saying that, nothing with that, but then again, the tribe that got it can't get it for 5 years. You know, can't get it for 5 years again.
Only wait till each tribe tries to get us. If they do.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, where the 30,000 was there, and then we were consulting on that aspect of it, it was just like, this is what we're doing. It was with me, with Dalton Heads, yeah, me and Scott Osterman were bumping heads because, again.
I just wanted to clarify, we're talking about the tribal business development grant.
Yeah.
As far as I understand, the tribes are allowed to apply every year. So you can, it's not, you don't have to wait 5 years and according to guidelines.
But if you
So-
got it the previous year,
You could still potentially get awarded a second year in a row. It all depends on that competitive scoring for each of those proposals, just so you know.
my biggest thing is just why do we have to be competitive against tribe?
It goes back to your, a year ago, your comments about that, and concern about that. So absolutely, and again, those decisions were certainly made by our leadership at the time, and the staff have been just part of the minister. So wanted to make sure that you knew that Fort Peck can apply year after year and could be awarded 2 years in a row.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussions or comments, questions for Olivia? Okay, thanks, Olivia.
Yeah, thank you guys, and thanks for the feedback as well.
Okay. All right, moving on, we have commissioners round robin discussion. Guys wanna discuss?
Oh, shit, it's. HS had, they're building some new apartments over there.
Right, Justice Day?
Yeah,
Really?
for people, or for the workers. They completed a ditch project. Nobody ever knew about it. It was over $100 million. Bank on it. Yeah. That water settlement. Yeah, it was crazy. I was kind of, so these ditches. 1920, they had like a handshake deal to make the ditches. In 1940, they did some kind of a right of way. Push my life. So I was kind of just to make some good trouble. I guess I kind of went and asked around, and there was nothing behind. Told me to tried to meet the guy. They went to the region. They just kind of gave me the runaround. So one of the attorneys and he said, "Yeah, it's $100 million project." So, no landowners. There was no environmental impact. There's 5 years, nothing was done.
There's the irrigation project.
Yeah, just that out of that $100 million settlement we got. So then there was it's a water issue. So I was kind of always I kind of just asked around. I said, that fellow by the name of Jim Gapple. Jim Gapple. Big shot. You want to ask him about it. That gates and this ditch doesn't benefit me. Or a rancher or a farmer. Along that whole, all the way to the Big One River, doesn't benefit the program. Benefits the white rancher. That was kind of, they make that, the contractors came in, and they gave the Davis Bacon rate, which is normal, but all better. So I just kind of, so it goes through my land. I have a sweat line right there by the ditch. I use it 6 months out of the year. So I said, why don't you make me some steps? For heck of it, make me some steps. The elders and veterans use the sweat lines. I'm going that water too, we sweat. Gap said, you know what? That's that. You give me that money, so you lost your water right. You have no rights. You have no say in it. Practice. I'm going to make you. I have to email. I'm going to make you move your sweat log. All right. I kind of just left it right there. I didn't mess with it. I was the landowner who will benefit us. So about half a mile up, the white rancher said, we don't have no money allocated for this little steps you're asking for. More they fix that white rancher road. I was watching it. It's not hard for me. Use their own equipment, fix their road, gravel it, slope it. That was kind of my beat, but other than that, we're slowly moving on this election year. Happening, lights are coming out on my back. It's gonna be a good. Guys, oh, that's it.
When is that?
That usually happens after October. There's some that already announced it. They don't work anyway. You now, it's coming around. It's economics is still there, but it's just a real slow.
have a lot of stuff going on. This is my almost picture. Council seat. Have an election. Yeah, president, vice president, five council. And the judges. But we have, big broadband grant.
Having a celebration or something. Groundbreaking.
Yeah, groundbreaking.
Maybe we'll
Yeah,
invite
that's what I'm saying. So we'll have a building right next to our tribal headquarters and we're building there. ARPA, we purchased a bunch of them.
the broadband.
There's. So we have it's called the Northern Cheyenne. Communications Commission. And they're, I think they're pretty much everything. There's people, other tribes are helping us. There's a lady from, Cheyenne River, a couple of southern tribes, and I don't know, it was already in motion before I got on. I was just texting my, colleagues to see what the total amount was. TJ, do you know? He used to work for us. Yeah, yeah, TJ worked for us. Yeah, we have that going on. We have the 4 or 5 new buildings being constructed, which is our.
Are you guys still in that little strip mall there?
Yeah, that's still open.
Yeah.
We have it's called the Northern Cheyenne NCDC Development Corporation. It doesn't really work. It's, it has its own board and it's almost like we're competing with them too. Have a propane company, yeah, that's doing really well. Yeah, he's still there. And then we have, got a grant to reopen our craft center. Yeah. Got a NHL designation for, I don't know, all of you have been to Lane here, but there's a hill, it's called Head Chief in Young Hill. There's like suicide warriors, there's a story in it, but it's getting National Historic Landmark designation. And it's right at the base of at the base of the hill is where our craft center is. So. And then, our council now, it's unfortunate that will be shifting again, but we've been proactive in trying to create revenue because we've been funded on raising fees for the beginning of time, actually. Yeah, and then you have the happening that whole what been going on with the ranchers and the landowners and yeah. So yeah, it's exciting. That out of state, we own property at Fairview. We're renovating, we have a house there and a campground with separate properties, but the house is being renovated now and we're doing everything. And then the campground will be hopefully by June we'll have, or by July we'll have the campground. How much to it is? So much of stuff. But, oh yeah, dialysis, yeah, we'll have that baby Sunday. We actually have a group that came from Minnesota, I believe, that we contracted to for the whole project, actually. Yeah, they manufacture buildings up there specifically for dialysis. It'll be by December. We're hoping before snowfall. Chairman Gray.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lambert, when is your election? Fall, so yeah, the filing for the new, like in September. And then we'll have a primary, and then we'll have a general election.
Yeah, feel like we're in election year, I understand that. piece of property. Right by the lake. Down close to us. Acres right on. Right to the edge shore of that lake. Trying to figure out if we can turn it address that close off the reservation. 6 miles off the reservation. Everybody wants to build a casino, I guess, but not me. My biggest thing is just trying to build something for our kids, our families, not stuff. Having some kind of place that's peaceful and stuff that they can go off the reservation, but still go somewhere and heal and stuff. For me, that's my idea. You know, it's like, hey, we can build this casino and buy this, build this marina, and we're going way out. We don't need casinos. This is what we do. So we're starting to figure that out, see what we're gonna do with that part there. We're looking, yeah, we're looking. We can, probably about 3 weeks ago, so. Getting stuff going. Just bought $9 million worth of land and stuff right next to Missouri. Farmer and stuff that has a bunch of land. So, what we're gonna do. Keep on there, you know, all that stuff. Put out there. Got those business things going. Buffalo ranch and stuff like that. But, yeah. Houses, we're getting houses and stuff up there, people can camp. We got a trail, they got the grant for the trail and some upgrades and stuff from the state, so that we're going to do that. Struggle trying to get our AA programs going. Figure out how that goes, stuff like that. But everybody at home keeps talking about this board. Council is just like that board up there, has it written all of those stuff, and everybody complains. We need to work on that board. That board's been up there 10 years, and the project's been up there 10 years. What are we doing?
We have a board.
You know what I mean? And some of them are like, holy crap, that was way before my time there, you know? And I'm sitting there like, okay, so every Tuesday at economic development, I go in there. Like yesterday, I said, all right, everybody keeps complaining about this board. You know, until people keep wreaking havoc, and I said, let's start fixing our reservation instead of tormenting our programs. That's where we're at. We'd rather wait until the train crashes with the program, you know, development, whatever it may be, and we'll tear that program down to bare bones instead of helping all the way up. Economic development, 50 different things that we're trying to do. VA monuments, new water line, new different things, cemetery. A lot of things that are going on. Slowly but surely. Oh, so we'll when September and December comes, everybody's already trying to get ready for the election. Yes, not this year, but next year.
How many are you staggered?
No, everybody changes.
Oh, wow.
It's so
Every 4 years?
every 2.
Every 2, oh my gosh.
So for us, so last term, there was only 4 of us that came back. The term before that, there were 9 new ones and 3 old ones. So then it just keeps going. Chairman switched this year. So the chairman switched, and so chairman's doing good. So
I think that was part of, well, we have a hard time focusing on economic development because we're dealing with program issues that our administration has completely failed.
yeah,
So we're put out fires and most of our time is
personnel issues.
personnel issues.
Chairman got mad yesterday because there was an issue that got brought up in HR with hiring in our roads and stuff. And so he came in, he was just like, well, make a motion, because if you guys want to keep bringing personnel issues in here and take them out of my office and let me do my job, you just have to walk that. Spend more time on personnel issues, and somebody hurt my family or said something, than fixing buildings.
Yeah.
Thank you guys very much.
So we have, so I was travel secretary before I was elected. And the council voted to give our Buffalo program to the society, for society. And it failed. There was no, it was a huge mess, so we had, we put out an RFP. His name is Brandon Small. He submitted a proposal, and the society submitted somewhat of a proposal. Now it's driving, Brandon control, and, yeah.
Just remember now, Memorial Day delayed, they open up like concessions at the Yellowtail Man. So like pontoons. Days, full days, and then we have the concessions for 2 campgrounds that activate that. Dateline one. One across the way that. 7 days a week.
It's full.
I'm calling right now.
Yeah.
Kind of open early. So it's been pretty good. Good coverage.
So the tribe owns pontoons and they rent them out? or-
Yeah, we have the concessions with the National Park Service. So we have 5 pontoons. Half the days, like,
We're thinking of doing that too, I
full
think,
days,
after
500.
we move it down.
Yeah.
And I forgot about our Wyoming property, so we own Thunder Cloud. And there was discussions before about, there was a funder that came through and wanted to do an area, a destination resort. We're revisiting that. One of our council people is Corey, but he wants to do a amphitheater. We're looking for that. And then, yeah, and then we own property at the front of the bank. Yeah. We have a boat storage, a makeshift boat storage is there, that wasn't ours. It was ATVC, but, we will put something there.
But how many do they do slips? Yeah. Yeah, the only gas in town. Yeah.
I always wondered about that, going out and then like, where's the try to bring
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
There's the additional support for.
I'll just speak a little bit, Commissioner Lombear kind of brought it up about the BEAD broadband programs that are out there. My office, working with Department of Administration, is working on the rollout of the BEAD program and all that. Just a quick update, as you know, there's this generational money, incredible opportunity for the state of Montana. Probably will never ever see this come through again. Montana fared much better than most Western states. Received approximately $629 million in that portion. And keep in mind, there was also another tranche of money that was specific for tribes. I believe there was 3 awards through that, for approximately 100 million. Yeah, and so that doesn't go direct through the state at all. That's directly between NTI and the tribes. With the 629 million, we're still about 600 to 700 million short of what it would cost, because in that program, you have to start with fiber first and then work your way back. Where we're at in that process is we were one of the first five states to get volume 2 submitted. We're in final curing process with NTIA. That should, we expect that by the end of this month. Once that is set, we have a 1 year to get all of these contracts and awards out. In working on the reservations and so forth, we did have the formal consultation and billings last year. I thought there was a really good discussion in the closed meeting about a lot of unkept promises, a lot of frustration. One thing we learned in ARPA, and a mistake that was made, is we awarded a grant to a company that had not consulted with the tribal government or to do any work on. So that is a stipulation in these census block units when a bid is put in for that piece, and that that these companies and these ISPs, as they do that, they have consulted with the tribal government. In some cases, it may be that you'll want a formal resolution. Director Cool has been briefed on this as well to make sure that how does the companies need to interact and so forth. So, because the #1 goal in what the program is to have everybody have a connection. And so we have a great opportunity. So keep your eyes open on that. It'll be a pretty fast process, but we're ready to go. The application's ready. We also received an opportunity to file for some digital equity money as well. It's around 7 million. In the commission meeting yesterday too, I believe there's some direct money that the tribes can apply for to digital equity that doesn't go through the broadband office. So as well.
I guess this information comes across.
Yeah. Oh, I give it to Marilyn.
Yeah.
So
Then we're on the radar at least.
yeah, I mean, and I'll make sure that she has the Connectivity website on there. Anybody that you have watching this, there's a place to sign up, a portal. You'll get all the information that's coming out from the office, from all the teams that are working on this, any changes, announcements. We have monthly commission meetings that meet on this. So
You see a lot of that people being paid. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
All over the state, but I haven't seen much on reservations. Okay, we're gonna make sure the town of Ellis
Yeah.
is fiber optic, but what about?
yeah, the ARPA was a little bit more wide open, kind of just said, go make broadband, go for it. And that was about 300 and something million there. That was awarded last time. This is much more specific. This start with unserved, then go to underserved. And so it's, yeah. So the hardest part is, especially for the companies, is they have to start. And we have FEC with their maps, and then we're working with NTIA. They have to start in that bid with connecting everybody with fiber, and then when they find out that it's way over budget, then we get to go backwards on the high cost areas and start looking at wireless, satellite, those kind of opportunities. But we have to start with fiber. So
Yeah, we do. We've got to have to cut the DMOC off. It's kind of screwing us over. Like, I can sit out, so I always get frustrated. I can sit with my DMOC phone outside my mom's house. Well, she's just right there. And she has to beat her phone up just to sit there and have a conversation. But they got $52 million in broadband money on behalf of the tribes. And so they promised, but they started with Skokie. And then work their way down to everybody. So now they're mad because we didn't give them we decided to partner with. And so we went with Three Rivers to try to utilize them to bring it to the reservation because Fraser and the outer communities don't even have it. Where Nemont's been promising for 4 years after we get it there, but they never did.
Yeah, there was a lot of frustration, especially with the mapping, because in a lot of cases it was showing that places were served. Prior awarded grants that were never fulfilled, and so really a lot of work's going into this. So any way that we can be partners and help, and obviously for each of you, who is a partner you trust to serve and do this, and that's why I think it's important for them to come to the tribe, ask for that formal approval. So that's something that you got to agree. So,
Yeah, I think tribes, are able to supply the maps that they have. There are these companies. It's gonna show who's serving.
it's incredibly frustrating to try to run this when you're that short.
Right.
And you're using some outdated maps and so forth. So. Thank you.
Remember, our coal mine was closing. So, it's like, we can't keep it. Yeah, forward. You're talking about
that, cherry point.
what's the we're not full anymore anyway, so kind of put it out there. I guess they're still making some deals to take it to China. There's still different plans over there. Not a casino trying that cold China.
When are they expecting to close it?
It's August. They're talking about information right now.
I finally got the information, I got those 52 million. I just request you speak up a little bit so that we can catch it on the recording, just a little, I'm having a hard time hearing too, so I imagine it's tough there, so.
Start all over.
Yeah, let's start over.
Get fired up, get a little fired up. That little fired me up.
Oh, we have renewable energy too. That's another thing. We have projects, solar projects. I think there was 15 homes, they started with 15 homes, and then there's supposed to be like.
Who's the solar company?
Nice energy.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah, we were trying to get ways, that was the whole purpose for the propane company. Because like our people had to wait during winter months for like weeks. Just to get the tank full.
Yeah, it's coming out of
Pardon and Ashland,
that.
yeah, yeah, now we're able to, and then their minimum was like 200 minimum, yeah. Yeah, now it's, so
Yeah, with the price of
It's working.
propane. It's hard. Richard still?
he's not.
Come on, Richard, just come back for a second. Luke's fired up over here. Let's take a break, Luke's fired up.
Take a break.
Yeah, Luke got up, I said.
We're taking a break.
Okay, up next, we have the Montana World Affairs Council.
Hi. sorry, I just feel like I have one stand. Hi, everyone. My name is Nikki Geisler. I am the executive director for Montana Affairs Council. It's my first week, but I've been the programs director for the last almost 7 years. And for those of you, does anyone in the room actually know what Montana Affairs Council is? No. Okay. So we're a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization dedicated to global education opportunities in communities and schools statewide. So my true passion is the schools, bringing educational opportunities to schools across the state. And I'm going to talk to you guys mainly about EconoQuest today, but during our program that we're most known for, Academic World Quest, about 3 years ago, we did a teacher conference, a teacher workshop, because we give them renewal credits during it. And we asked the question always, what do you actually need? And teachers at that point, economic education had just become mandatory in school systems. And there wasn't a lot of resources for teachers at the time. And teachers asked us if there was a way that we could help them with economic education. At the same time, we had more and more interest in workforce development. How can a Montana kid have a career and stay here in Montana? Then I got approached by Jason Yeager from the Montana Photonics and Quantum Alliance. And Jason said, I'm really struggling getting into high schools and teaching kids about what is photonics and quantum. And I'm tired of hiring people from out of state when I would love to be hiring in state. So we ended up coming together and forming a virtual platform that can be used as curriculum or as after-school clubs. And it teaches kids basic economics, different industries that all are internationally trade, and it also teaches international trade and careers. So I have a little video that I made in my office, so I'm sorry, that kind of teaches a little bit of what it is, how it can be, and a little bit of the videos from the actual conference itself.
The Montana World Affairs Council was established in the year 2000 to bring
Audio this year.
It doesn't work too, I can just keep talking, but it has really great video, clips of the actual program.
the world to Montana and Montana
Starting to come out of here, so.
We can skip it, it's easier. No worries, we can skip it. So one of the things is our programming makes us a little bit unique is that it's flexible. So not every school has to do it exactly the same way that another school does it. So for our in-classroom conferences, schools can come for 3 days, 2 days, 1 day, or the competition only. Also, we have a 7-teacher advisory board. So that's made up of urban, rural, and reservation teachers. And all of our programming is developed with teachers for teachers. It is not something that we're just inventing and then putting it onto schools to do. It is something that is actually created with teachers and then promoted by teachers. And it's 100% free. So for instance, for Browning High School to attend Academic World Quest, one of our programs, they need $4,200 for transportation, lodging, and substitute teachers alone. In addition, there's no registration fee, and we cover all of their meals for 3 days. And that includes breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 3 days. And so these are the types of things that we do is we fundraise to cover all of schools' expenses. They don't have budgets, and every single year they continue to be cut, especially when it comes to something that is deemed social studies. So this is what we do. During EconoQuest, our virtual platform is used as curriculum or after-school activities. Year 1, we had 190 kids go through it. Year 2, we had 410. Year 3, we anticipate 800. So we continue to double because of this need of economic education. For example, one of my teachers at Polson High School, they're going to be using the entire program as curriculum. So over 100 kids will go through the program at Polson for their first year ever going through it. And he's already asked me if we can bring 60 to 75 kids to the actual conference this year. And then the conference for year one, we only had 6 schools participate. Year two, we had 12 schools participate. And year three, we're anticipating to almost double it yet again. The conferences held this year will be both days at MSU, and MSU has already booked it out for the next 4 years to have both days on their campus. We also do a career expo. So kids actually get an opportunity to meet companies that could potentially hire them one day. And then we ask the companies to actually get engaged by being the judges for the kids' projects as well. And then the kids also get to go to the Museum of the Rockies. Museum of the Rockies also puts on their own career expo. So the different departments all have their own booth at the museum. And then the kids get to experience planetarium show. Interactive games is put on through the Montana World Trade Center, made an international trade game to teach students what international trade is. And then also the state chamber is thinking about doing an entrepreneurship game at EconoQuest this year. MSU also did department tours and lab tours. So Joe Shaw at MSU, he opened up 10 different labs for the students to actually get to go and see what opportunities lie in the labs, as well as business, opened up language, anthropology, and then there was 5 other departments all came out to get kids to actually meet with department heads and talk about college opportunities. In addition, we invite consul generals, ambassadors, and business improvement leaders. Some of the past judges have been our Lieutenant Governor, Director of Commerce, Deputy Director of Agriculture, and for our first year, we focused on the European Union. We had 5 consul generals come and be judges. At the same time, they came and interacted with our students. Katie then took them around to took them around to different companies to also expand. So it's an invitation that is done by both Montana World Affairs Council and Department of Commerce to invite the consul generals here. And then these are the focus industries, if you can see them, that the students actually get to learn about. The first year did not have semiconductors, but we were asked to add semiconductors into the programming so the kids can actually get to learn about it. So that was one of our newest industries added. And all of these industries are reliant on international trade. So how the actual final project, which you can see here in the photos, is the kids get onto the platform. They get to learn all about these different industries. They pick which industry is most interesting to them. They can pick a company or a product, or they can invent their own product that they think should be established. And then they have to internationally trade it using economic terminology to this year's focus countries. So last year was Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea. This year will be India and ASEAN countries. So the kids will have to learn all about those countries and Montana's relationship with those countries, and then come up with a marketing plan of how we should actually internationally trade. And then it is our government, business, and our consul generals and ambassadors that are the judges for these kids' projects. And the winning team wins scholarship money to go to college of their choice.
How much?
They get $1,000 right now.
Well, what's the conference held?
It's October 28th and 29th.
Oh, during the school year.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
And then anytime I go talk at teacher conferences, it's elementary and middle schools that actually have been asking for more and more resources. And because we keep doubling our numbers every year with EconoQuest, we're actually going to develop a virtual platform for middle schools.
Does that coincide with the teacher in service? Whatever that
No,
is?
that's the 17th and 18th this year. So it's a week after. So the kids will be learning in middle schools basic economic terminology, imports and exports, and then geography and culture of the different countries. So the middle school one will be focused on India and Singapore this year. And this will be the first year we're launching it in August. It'll be available for teachers. Teacher support is 100% free. So it doesn't matter which teacher anywhere in the state. We'll walk them through the whole program, and then we're there to assist them if they have any questions. And really, it's just more than a competition. So we work with teachers to actually create the programming, and then they are mainly the main people that market the program. And we also do renewal credits. EconoQuest, the last 2 years, has not done renewal credits, but this will be the first year we actually will have renewal credits as well for teachers. And then it's 100% free. So one of the reasons why we're here today is because of trying to get schools to come. They have no budget. So we don't want any school to ever miss out on an opportunity like this because they just don't have the school budget to do it. So we do fundraise to cover transportation, lodging, substitute teachers, to have no registration fee, and to cover all of their meals. And it's a life-changing experience. There, in particular, the first year we did a Kano Fest, we had the 5 consul generals have dinner with the students. There's one senior at Sentinel High School, the teacher tells the story quite frequently. He sat next to the consul general of Estonia, and he cried on the bus saying how much of an impact that made on his life, and now he is actually studying international relations after going through this program. And then, the students get to actually learn about new careers and industries that are here that they might not know about. I mean, how many students know what photonics, quantum, and semiconductors are? Not many. And there was one student from Gardner High School who actually did not know what photonics was, is now being personally mentored by Jason Yeager and is going to Gallatin College right now to study photonics. So these are some of the stories that have come out of the first 2 years of this program. If you haven't heard about some of our other programs that we do, I just want to quickly mention that Academic World Class is the program we're most known for. So if you have heard of us, that would be the program that you might have known. Academic World Class this year, we had 9 tribal schools that participated in the program or were impacted by it with 1,300 kids. Montana Academic World Class is a nationwide local competition. Montana's is the largest in the entire country. And we broke records last year in March at the University of Montana for having the largest in the country in history, with 500 high school students from 30 different schools. In 2025, our teachers have voted that is the 20th anniversary. We'll be focusing on Indigenous cultures in Montana and outside around the world. That is going to be led by Browning High School, kind of taking the charge of that. And then talking about how some of our other speakers had come. CIA came. When they asked me which speaker would they like me to bring, I asked for their senior officer who's Native American. He then drove with one of our board members to all 6 schools on Flathead Reservation. And then we have 4 other schools come to from reservation areas. Which brings us to our in-classroom visits. We actually hit the road. And this year we've traveled to 58 classrooms in the school year, which made about 3,200 miles. This week alone, I have traveled 900 miles, talking with teachers and to community members. And this next year, we have funding for 2 trips to Eastern Montana. And we're working with MSU Billings and actually the Department of Commerce. So the directors are going to be, hopefully in October, going and talking to schools about Iconoclast and the importance of international trade and Montana's relationship with other countries. Also, because we ask the questions to schools all the time, what do you actually need? Right now, careers is the #1 thing. I just recently went to Ronan High School, which is where my mother-in-law graduated, so that was fun for me. But they do industry talks. And so they are going to start posting some of our virtual recorded things for our International Careers Week, which for live, we went from 300 to 1,700 students from year 1 to year 2. And they just is focused on 20 different distinguished speakers that have international kind of careers and how students can get it. And then students can actually ask and somebody, how do I get that career that you have? And they're all recorded and then can be used. It was cool. I just met with both of the high schools here in Great Falls yesterday. Had no idea they actually been using the recordings from that week. So those are kind of all of our programs that we put on in the schools. And every single thing we do is 100% free. And so how can you get involved? Why am I here right now in front of you? One is the Career Expo. If there's any companies that you know of that would love to engage with students at MSU or our high schools, we would love to invite them to come participate at the Career Expo. They can vote on the kids' projects. We do a People's Choice Award, Best Research, most community impact, the kids that really reflect their own communities, how best can we internationally trade a product from their own community over. These are some of the awards that they could do, or you guys could all be judges at the actual competition. Sponsorships, this year alone, for just if you look at tribal schools, we gave away $14,000 to bring tribal students to our programs. We are anticipating that to increase to 20,000 if I'm being conservative. And then promote our programs. If there's any connections you have in your own communities with your schools, I would love to meet with them in person or virtually and help us bring these amazing programs to our communities. Thank you. And the next one's Katie.
This one's a little small. I can send it to you too. So my name is Katie Wilcox and I work at the Montana Department of Commerce. And I just kind of wanted to take a second and give you a snapshot of what the international market looks like in our state. So our team within Department of Commerce, we promote tourists to come to the state. We consider Canada to be a domestic market because there are so many of them that come into Montana. We promote businesses to settle in the state, and then we work with businesses within the state to get their products into international markets. So last week I was sitting down with West Electronics and Poplar, and they work to draw and attract defense contracts, and they're sitting in the state of Montana, which is, you know, 1 million people. They really need to be focused on also reaching across the United States in order to promote the contracts that they're trying to get, and then also internationally and what that looks like. We know that businesses that are working on international markets are more successful with domestic slumps. They're able to handle those better. We know that they employ a workforce at a higher wage than other businesses, and they tend to stay relevant longer because they're introduced to the creativity and innovation that happens internationally. So for Montana, you can see way back at the bottom of that graph, that's 2013. Sorry, the highest one beyond where we are right now, 2013. 2013 was the highest point where we had our exports previously, and it was all coal, wheat, and wheat, really, and other extractives, some coppers going internationally. We have since diversified our portfolio. As of last year, we had the highest exports ever, but it was industrial machinery, it was optics and photonics, it was food products. We're starting to get bigger and we're starting to be more relevant on the international scale. And so businesses within the state need to be able to access those markets. If we have a workforce that is raised with global awareness, they're more likely to consider those things to be achievable. Every business in the state of Montana should be looking at Canada. It's closer to us than the rest of the United States, but it seems scarier because there are these issues of shipping things across the border, right? But I think this program can come alongside and can help us educate our youth so that they're more aware of these things and more able to rise to the challenges and see that opportunity. So it is in line with our team's objectives there because we work with businesses to do that. And so this will help us as we raise the future generation. So that's that perspective from the Department of Commerce.
So back to the academic request, I know that our program, our Economic Development Program sponsored. Could you just kind of touch on that?
So when I mentioned that we do try to fundraise, I'd like to just go through the history of actually the scholarship program real quick. When I started with Academic World Quest in 2017, we sponsored $1,000. The next year was $6,000. The following year was $15,000, and then the next year was $25,000. This year, to put on the 2024 Academic World Quest, scholarships came in at $40,000. I didn't have $40,000. So in my panic, I reached out to every single school's communities and fundraised in their own communities to try to cover the school's scholarship requests just for transportation, lodging, and substitute teachers. That's not counting meals or any expenses of the actual conference. And you guys did sponsor our reservation schools that did participate, so which was hugely helpful. Just alone, the schools that had done it originally was $9,840 was requested of us from 4 reservation schools. So that was, you know, a fourth of the actual budget requested just to get students to the programming. What happens during Academic World Quest? If you guys don't know already, we focus on different culture aspects. So kids get a study guide, they have to study it, and they participate at the end. It's a 100-question multiple choice trivia competition. One of my favorite moments actually this past year was, this is the second year Harlem High School has participated. They went from placing 70th to 20th within 2 years, which was really awesome. And the kids were really excited about that. There was 106 teams this year that competed. The kids also learn a dance. So there's a dance aspect of it. The first year we did that was Irish dancing. This year was African dancing with an African drummer band and then an African dance instructor, which there was a picture of it a few slides back. And then this year, Browning High School is taking the charge to get an actual native band and teach actual traditional native dance to all of the students across Montana. So just picture the gym on UM campus and 500 kids trying to dance. It was the highest rated program this year. And then we also do another program called the Student to Student Global Conversation. So Montana students and students in other countries get to connect virtually and have a conversation. Adults lead the conversation. And the Montana students started off where they ask a question and then kids in another country answer it, and then they get to ask it, and the next student in Montana gets to answer it and ask their own question. We have focused that on Congo, Honduras, Egypt, Japan, and some other countries too. This year we're probably gonna end up trying to do it with New Zealand, and getting some of their indigenous populations to actually come on with our students, going with that 20th anniversary theme that the teachers have voted. So that's kind of, and then of course we bring in ambassadors. My dream is for next year to get Ambassador Keith Harper, who, if you don't know, he is the first Native American to be a U.S. ambassador. And actually I had two of my interns actually get to go to Washington, D.C., funded by our national office, which we're members of, but we don't get money from them. And they got to hear him speak, and they said he's absolutely extraordinary. So I'm hoping to get Ambassador Harper to come to next year's Academic World Quest as well. And so we had 3 ambassadors and a global expert that the kids get to hear from as well. And then the governor came and did opening remarks for the competition this year.
How do you get this information out to the school?
Teachers, mainly. So we're very much, we have 7 teachers that are on our teacher advisory board. They market the programs out. We also email them, but I also drive to schools. I think it's really impactful when I can shake a teacher's hand and actually get to talk to them in person. And so that it means something to me to be able to do that. So I have driven out to a ton of the schools myself.
Have you been to Plainview?
I have not, but I'm willing to go. I have stayed in Wolf Point, Montana. I like to say that. I dragged my mother-in-law with me when we did that, and we went all of the schools on Fort Peck Reservation. And we'll be going with MSU Billings to the Crow Reservation schools and Northern Cheyenne in September. So our goal is, my personal goal as taking over as executive director. Again, this is my first week as ED, but right now we're in about 30 different counties. I'd like to be in all of them in the next 3 years. And part of that is actually getting in your car and driving and shaking hands.
Have you reached out to businesses for sponsorship?
We do that, but we need more. With doubling our participation every single year means our budget is needing to double and can't keep up quick enough. So having corporate, and the Class is mainly corporate sponsored. Where Academic World Quest is more heavily foundation sponsored and grants. So definitely any companies that are willing to help us sponsor would be hugely helpful.
At Econoquest too, there's a career fair portion of that the business can actually come and talk about the careers that they have. And so that's been a good fit for the business community because it lets them talk to the workforce.
So these are businesses that are sponsors, or?
You don't have to be a sponsor to do the Career Expo. We do not require that. And then this year, the kids' projects are actually going to be in the same room that the Career Expo is, with the idea that the companies will also get to engage with the students further on their projects. And then I've talked to some companies have also been mentors to students on their projects. So the students are allowed to reach out to a company and see if they'll be willing, someone from that company to actually mentor them on their actual project as well. So that's just.
What kind of companies are?
Well, it's very heavily technology right now driven. Last year we had the Department of Agriculture was the only ag company that was there. And then we had 20 photonics and quantum companies that participated. And then we've had a lot of interest from companies in the semiconductor industry. that have been interested, but it would be incredible to expand that further,
Say anything?
if anything. Mainly it's any company that internationally trades, but it doesn't have to be, not for the Career Expo. And then the students also do an industry discussion. So right now that one's really more focused on manufacturing and the tech conversations, but we've had a ton of manufacturing companies also be interested in the Career Expo and to be judges.
Sure, can I ask a question? Do you charge exhibitor fees?
No.
To raise money? That might be a way to consider that for those career businesses. It helps their business, promote their business, and to recruit talent. Maybe we could charge a nominal fee for exhibitors and participate in career.
It's a great idea. Thank you.
Any questions?
Well, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Very cool.
Chairman Gray, I'd just like to apologize. I don't know why it wouldn't go full screen for me. I was trying the whole time. I was trying.
So up next, Montana Arts Council.
Either way.
You can scoot down. Okay.
For some reason.
I get to be big.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and everyone. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm Chris Holmes, fairly new Executive Director of the Montana Arts Council. This is my first time in this beautiful building, and I have to tell you, walking in and seeing this foyer, you just feel this tremendous power and sense of welcome and community. And I very proudly wore my Métis sash as a scarf today, so I'm really happy to be here in this place at the little show. Tribal headquarters at phone number 574, sorry. I knew I was gonna get that wrong. Where'd I go?
Yeah.
Oh, no. We're all humbled by being small. I want to always start with the question, what does it mean to us to be Montanans, to be in this place, to belong to this place? Because we can't ever answer that question without stories, without our music, our dance, our cultural expression, the art or the quilts or the pictures or the materials of our culture. And that is, to me, the essential importance of arts and culture in all of our lives and our work and our ways of being. Art and our cultural expression are such an incredible part of who we are. No matter what we do for a living or how we express our lives or what businesses we are in, we don't fully understand ourselves or participate fully in the world without our stories and our music and our art. One of the reasons that I'm really happy to be here today with the Tribal Economic Development Commission is that I personally feel like the Indigenous communities understand this better and do better at incorporating art and culture, cultural expression into our everyday lives than Western culture has traditionally been. I feel like it's kind of an educational push to remind ourselves a lot how important art and cultural expression are. They're not just decoration, they're not just entertainment, they are not the cherry on top. We are talking about incorporating our essential humanness and way of being in everything that we do. Just a quick background on the Montana Arts Council. We were established by the legislature in 1967. We're one of the smallest state agencies. And our purpose is to serve all Montanans statewide, to expand our cultural resources and promote artistic freedom of expression, to increase arts participation, and more lately there has been an effort to use the arts to boost economic development across the state. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about today. The agency is governed by a council of 15 council members who are appointed by the governor. So the little blue stars represent where our current council members are from. We have 3 indigenous members of our council right now, from the Salish Kootenai, from the Fort Belknap, and from the Crow reservations. And they represent a really powerful, grounding, wise force on the council, and all of them are artists too, which is really great. And this is one of the reasons that I am glad to be with you here today. I feel like Montana is a bit behind the rest of the country in using art as an economic development partner. And one of the things that I want to do as I get more comfortable and more skilled at this job at the Arts Council is to really create partnerships that will use art to boost economic development, especially in tribal communities where the art that is produced there and the cultures that we have here in Montana happen no place else. I think that is a tremendous asset that we have, and we need to support and celebrate and partner with that power and that creative expression and that ability to innovate better than we have been doing at the Arts Council. I think we can make it better for the whole state and for everybody. Montana is a very remarkably creative state. So this little map shows data from the U.S. Census, which is mostly accurate, but not entirely, of number of professional artists per capita. So these are just people who make at least a portion of their living from art. And New York and California are the most concentrated. But look at Montana, 2% of our population make part of their living from the arts, and that is not including people in other creative industries like architecture or design, and it's not including the weekend people who do their work, do their creative work outside of their regular jobs. So I'm proud of our state. We have a very creative and innovative state. The U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis is a little more accurate, and I can't wait to share this information with you because their data shows that all the creative industries, which include all the kinds of jobs that creative people have in broadcasting and podcasts and design and architecture and art and all the fine arts as well, contribute $2.2 billion to Montana's economy. And this has been pretty steady growth over the years. In 2022, the creative industries employed 16,540 people. That's more than there are teachers in our public school system statewide. So that really represents a lot of creativity and entrepreneurship and innovation that we have readily available in our communities. And it's also important to remember that all working artists are entrepreneurs, And almost all of our arts organizations and arts-related organizations are small, locally owned businesses. So the value that they generate tends to stay right here in Montana and not get exported out. And also, all that economic activity is self-generated for the most part and not related to the supply chain. Doesn't pollute, doesn't usually cause any of the kinds of problems that the boom bust economy is sort of accustomed to doing. These are small, locally owned businesses that kind of do amazing work behind this, not behind the scenes, but below the radar, is what I'm trying to say. And it's amazing to me that this is an economic activity that's going on everywhere, in almost every county, in almost every community. So then I want to show you something that may surprise you in the next slide. The arts and creative industry are our 6th largest industry in Montana. A lot of people are surprised by that. This is based on, again, the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. A few years ago, arts and creativity were number 4, but agriculture and forestry and mining got more of a boost in the immediate post-COVID years, and the arts kind of took a hit. So even though they grew, arts and culture grew, they were outpaced by other industries. So now it's number 6. But you cannot ignore our 6th largest industry. And one of the things that I'm always cognizant of is kids need to have careers. And students need to have jobs and know where those jobs are. The arts are generally not the highest paying job, but you know, how many of us have heard adults say to students who say, well, I want to go to art school, or I want to be a musician, well, why don't you get a real job? There are creative jobs here in Montana that we can cultivate and strengthen so that our creativity and our students with innovative brains who like to make something out of nothing and want their lives to be in the creative industry can stay here in Montana. So if you can't see those lines very well, the number 1 industry was retail, at about $5 billion a year to Montana's economy, value added. Number 2 was construction, around $4 billion, then transportation, around 3, mining, agriculture, forestry, and the arts and culture sector all kind of cover in that $2 billion level. They're all pretty close together. So I don't know about you, but I find that pretty impressive. But it's not just about jobs and profits. Art brings other kinds of benefits to Montana's economy as well. Economic vitality can just be mad growth if it's not rooted in a sense of place. And we are feeling the tremors of growth in Montana right now, wondering how big new businesses that are moving into Lewistown, for example, wind farms outside of Miles City, how are they changing the community? It's driving us to ask questions like, who are we as a community? How are we going to make sure we retain our unique cultural identity of our community and improve the livability of our place so that our students who maybe go off to college and graduate school want to come back to raise their families here and want to find a healthy, happy economy and lifestyle that they can really flourish in. And that is where art and cultural identity comes into such an important role. I'm not talking about a brand, which is a chosen identity that gets sort of attached to a business or a product, but cultural identity comes from within and is a natural outgrowth of every unique landscape or community or tribal group. So art is able to communicate that essence that is so much deeper than just the dollar value. And all those things that can hardly be defined yet to be expressed in art. And how we show the world who we are. This is a map of all the artists and arts nonprofits that the Montana Arts Council granted to in the past 2 fiscal years. So we try to support activities all over the state. Some communities, like out in the eastern area, are so small, they may not be big enough to even have an arts nonprofit there. So we support organizations that take their services out into every single county in the state, like Shakespeare in the Parks and Missoula Children's Theater and the Waterworks Museum in Miles City goes out to the schools, and we try to support every community that we can in every county. We give grants to schools, to arts education programs, to individual artists, to arts organizations, and to support organizations like there is a statewide organization for the performing arts. There's a statewide symphony organization. There's a statewide organization of museums, and we support all of those because they in turn support get into the community level. So a part of what we do is just taking money that the Arts Council receives from the National Endowment for the Arts and funneling it through to support all this creative activity in Montana. One really important thing about the National Endowment for the Arts, every couple of years we hear, oh, they're gonna cut the budget, they're going to do away with it. We are kind of fighting for the National Endowment for the Arts. The National Endowment for the Arts will match to a great degree our state legislative allocation to the Montana Arts Council. So it's like the magic penny that sort of doubles the money, but all that money goes into programs and grants that serve the people. None of that money goes to, keeping the agency alive or paying my salary or paying for the copy or buying paper.
Have you reached out to schools? Do you send your information to the schools for the grants that are?
We do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you sent them to tribes? I don't.
Yeah, we do send information out to every school, but we don't get the response from the tribal schools that is equal to some of the other non-tribal schools. So
the reason I'm asking, I feel like because not all schools have ambitious art teachers.
Yeah.
But I know for Northern Cheyenne, and I actually contacted Sean, he does a big tournament in December last year, but I wasn't able to focus on it, but we wanted to do an art show and have the kids display their art at the event. Yeah, at the shootout, and have a fashion show. There's like a huge trend now for fashion designers, for native fashion designers. So that was one of the things. I mean, I presented the idea to him, and I wasn't able to follow through with it.
And it doesn't require a really active art teacher. The school can apply, and also an artist can apply to go in and do a residency to teach the kids fashion skills, or do, art training in preparation for their exhibit. It does have some flexibility in that way. So even if your school doesn't have a really strong experienced art teacher, you can still work with us. So I'd like to follow up.
Yeah, I worked at the Boys and Girls Club before I was elected as a council person, but that was one of the ideas that we had there, and I left for office and got it, so we weren't able to get it done. But there's so many kids that come through with amazing skill, and we don't have tools to help them.
Yeah. Well, let's follow up on that and make some. That is one of our goals is to.
Sure, well, there, would you share with her the idea for the Arts and Crafts Center that will be and where there may also be to collaborate with the
Oh,
Arts
yeah.
Council?
So we're reopening our Arts and Crafts Center, and it's a little cabin. We're renovating it to reopen it, but that was, that'll help us, our entrepreneurs as well, to create and to be able to sell their art and their.
When is
work
the,
and
what's the
whatever.
timeline?
We're just waiting for the award.
The contract is still,
Yeah.
yeah, the contract's still waiting on the EOC contract.
But as soon as we get it, we're moving fast.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about how we can.
Collaborate.
Yeah.
That sounds fabulous. And I did get to go over to Pro Agency for a meeting a couple of weeks ago, but I didn't get down to Ranger, and I'm really looking forward to having a contact there that I can visit and learn.
Who's their contact at Pro Agency?
I went to talk with the cooperative organization that is building cooperatives, and they were talking about how Native artists can start co-ops.
Money doors?
Penny doors?
Right at the
Be
corner?
embarrassed in public right now.
Right on the corner?
Was it right in town?
Sharon.
It was in the, it was in that beautiful round tribal center.
At the college?
Community center. Yes, it was at the college.
Oh, okay.
In that
Oh, okay.
round
Center?
shaped building. And mostly focused on artists that were doing fashion design and beading and clothing and. I love road trips, so I don't know that I'm gonna put on this thing.
That's all right, I got about 50,000 miles on my car for my road trips. Nobody needs to do it as much as me.
I'm sorry about the paper, but as I say, I'm new at this. So I didn't know. One of the other things that we did was when the Arts Council was the mechanism that could pass CARES and ARPA grants for arts activities out across the state. So that was before I got to the Arts Council. I just started in late fall. But what the staff decided to do was, we have all this money, we have a limited amount of time to send it out. We want to send it to the artists themselves. So they widely publicized these really easy, quick turnaround grant funds, because it was a one-time thing. We're never going to get the program again, but they gave out grants between $1,000 and maybe $6,000, and really made an effort to reach out into the tribal communities. And the blessing of that for us is that we got applications and now have awareness of artists in tribal communities that we didn't even know about before. So we have all those contacts, and that is going to help us going forward in the future. So that map that I showed did not include any of that CARES and ARPA funding, which just went practically everywhere because that was a one-time thing. But we gave out $154,000 over a period of 6 months in those tiny, quick turnaround individual grants, which, as you can imagine, makes a huge difference in the lives of creators who are, you know, struggling to make a living when they can't sell their work in a shop. So to me, this is a map of access and joy and inspiration and community building. And what we are kind of focused on now is building more and stronger relationships and collaborations across the state. We've just done a statewide survey of artists and arts organizations and community leaders of any kind who wanted to respond. We got a tremendous response from our survey and a very thoughtful answers about what the arts field needs to thrive and survive, and what communities need from their creative communities. So we're going to be building relationships on that and creating some projects over the next few years. But putting art in the center of economic development is one of my passions. And so that's what I want to talk about next. How does it work to partner with the arts to boost economic vitality? There are dozens of examples from around the country that I think we can learn from and use. Most of these kinds of projects are not copy paste, like let's just follow what those people did. But how did they do that? How might that fit in our community? Who's here that can do that work and help us design projects and collaborations that really enhance the work that is already going on in our communities in Montana? So just 3 examples to highlight among probably 3 or 4 dozen that I have just compiled so far. The Citizens Institute on Rural Design is a collaboration between the National Endowment for the Arts and the U.S. Housing Assistance Council, and it puts artists in the center of community design and housing design through planning, design, and creative placemaking work. In North Dakota, Arts Across the Prairie is a collaboration between the North Dakota Department of Commerce, Department of Transportation, and their state art agency to create 8 large-scale public artworks along I-94 that draw, you know, all those people who just are riding straight across North Dakota into where they are in their landscape and encourage them to stop and experience the towns that they're driving through. And Minnesota, which gets a lot more private funding than Montana does in the arts world anyway. I don't know about the other worlds, but Minnesota has this program called Rural Regenerator Fellowships, where they train artists who live in rural and tribal communities to do this community-based economic development type of work based on their own art. And they have a statewide collaboration of little towns that have convenings and they do trainings, and they also have produced a library of resources that I'm going to steal from to try to bring some of those skills into Montana. There are examples and toolkits that a lot of these programs have already developed that we can learn from. Many of them are about how to deploy the arts to develop your economic situation in whatever state. There is a great article in this publication over here about rural prosperity through the arts. That's from the National Association of Governors. That Cindy Andrus, our former Arts Council chair and former mayor of Bozeman, wrote. That is so inspiring and hopeful. So there are things going on in Montana that we can really gather together, and there are coals that we can light into a fire. I think you don't have to start from scratch. So the next. I just wanted to tell a little bit more about the programs that we do. As I said, we give grants to individual artists and also to arts organizations. We also do trainings and educational opportunities. We have a program called Montana Entrepreneur, which is like a business school for artists. Artists know how to do their own art, but do they know how to do bookkeeping? Do they know how to market their work? Do they know how to make a website? How do you create a brand? How do you find your markets? Especially in rural Montana, where the artists are working so isolated from the market that represents their income. One of the things that I read from our survey results from artists was, I'm just laboring out here by myself, and we have one little shop in town. How can I market my work across Montana or at the bigger festivals or at the bigger markets? And so we like to do trainings in that kind of field to help lift those up. We also have a program called Montana Circle of American Masters. Yeah, I think I have a picture here of the entrepreneur. Sorry. Strategic investment grants are little, fast turnaround, $1,000 up to $1,000 grants for artists to take advantage of an opportunity that's coming up right now. You can apply for that grant, for example, in a lot of situations, not every time, and get the money a month later.
Can it be like a group? So like for our inventory for our Arts and Crafts Center, can there be like a group of Northern Cheyenne Tribal members that apply for this for their?
I think it has to be either an individual or a nonprofit.
Yeah, I'm talking about our artists, the people that will be
Yeah.
doing the beadwork and the,
Yeah.
whatever we purchase, whatever the tribe purchases, with the people that we will be buying from be eligible for this grant.
People that you will be buying your supplies from?
No, the people that, so the artists, the people that are creating the stuff that we are
Yeah.
buying. So like if I promoted this, what are the dates and the?
It's a
criteria?
rolling application process. The committee meets monthly. So however many applications we have in front of us until the money's gone. So at this point in our fiscal year, that money is gone for this fiscal year. But if the project is going to happen after July 1st, they can apply now.
Where's the application?
Sorry?
Where's the application?
It's on our website, mt.arts.gov. And we have a very small office of only 7 people, so you can call anytime and we will get you hooked up with the right arts.
What's the website again?
mt.arts, plural, with an S, .gov.
Okay. You're mixing that art together.
That's perfect timing actually for us.
I always just Google Montana Arts Council. That's why I'm so hesitant about it. I don't think that is. Okay, what's next? Obviously, my page and my slides are, oh, here's the entrepreneur program. So I already talked about that.
real quick, who decides on the applications? Like, is there a committee that,
There's a committee of council members, and that's one of their roles on the Arts Council is to read the applications, and they have public meetings, so anyone who applies can log in on the Zoom and listen to the feedback and, yeah. And one thing that I love about the Arts Council, I came to this work from an arts nonprofit in Helena, applying for grants. And often you feel like grantors are like gatekeepers, like prove to us that you deserve this money. But the culture at the Arts Council is let us help you get this money. And if it doesn't work in this program, we'll find you a program that will work. So I love to give money away and see it come to fruition, and especially with artists who work so hard to make a living in Montana. And it's really great to see the results. Some of the participants, we've had over 500 participants in the Entrepreneur Program. Some of them said after adopting all these practices, their sales rose 600%. So it may not be a huge difference, you know, if you look at the statewide economy, but it sure made a difference to that artist or to those artists. And they build a sort of a collaborative cohort as they go through this program. So they team up and they have relationships with each other that are ongoing, like any educational program. So, am I okay on time? Am I taking up? We also have a program called Montana Circle of American Masters that celebrates and honors folk and traditional arts. These are the arts that you don't learn in school, but they are passed down from generation to generation. And there are, as we all know, some amazing folk and traditional arts that happen in Montana: saddle making and silversmithing and beading and basket making. And one that I'm particularly interested in right now is how are we celebrating and preserving the Métis fiddle tradition, because there are not a huge swarm of Métis fiddlers, but that is a cultural practice that is unique to Montana and this region beyond the medicine line, and one that happens to be very dear to my heart. So we have this program to celebrate and support those artists. And new this year, or newly revived after many years of dormancy, we also have an apprenticeship program that supports masters who will spend some time passing along the art form to an apprentice. And that applications for that program are open right now until June 17th. So if you're thinking of anybody in your community that might qualify for that apprenticeship program, it requires the teacher and the apprentice. The teacher is the one who applies, but you have to work out your application with the apprentice. And I'm really excited to see how that gets started. Okay. We also, to nonprofit organizations across the state, we distribute public value partnership grants, which are just based on the good work that you're doing, their general operating support. How can we help you do the work better? And they're really tiny grants of usually around $6,000 to $10,000, but sometimes that can make a big difference. And I know from my organization in Helena, which is a fairly, strong mid-sized arts organization, that $10,000 makes an enormous difference in our budget. The Cultural and Aesthetic Trust is a separate account that is based on the Cole Trust, and a tiny portion of the interest from the Cultural and Aesthetic Trust is designated by the legislature each biennium to distribute that tiny little amount to the applicants of the Cultural and Aesthetic Trust. So that's a legislative program that the Arts Council administers. and also operating money to support arts organizations. Okay, we can go on. We also do this really great educational program in all the high schools across the state called Poetry Out Loud, encouraging kids and teaching them and training them to recite poetry, which is, as we know, participating in oral history and storytelling and recitation of poetry. It's one of the oldest art forms known to man. And there is a national competition. Our state winner this year just competed in Washington, D.C. last week. And we, in our minds, she won, although she did not win the national competition. That is a wonderful program because it brings art to anybody, whether their parents can afford lessons, whether they have an instrument, whether they have access to a teacher or not, because we bring them all the resources that they need. All they need to do is bring their full selves into this expression of whatever poems they choose to recite. Artists in Schools and Community is one of our granting programs that brings, that I was talking about, that artists can apply for grants to come into a school, or the school can apply for a grant to bring artists in. But it's not just schools, we can also take artists into elder care facilities and health clinics, or whatever kind of community organization wants to deploy the arts to help their people. And we support the poet laureate, who, as we all know, is a Little Shell tribal member, Chris Latreille, and he's been on the road almost as much, just going everywhere, speaking so profoundly and beautifully from his poetic self and from his indigenous heritage about being, I'm forgetting the Anishinaabe term for this, but he talks about the people who own themselves, the people who, despite whatever situation we are in, or whatever traumas and struggles we have economically or socially or politically, or these happen to be women in the incarcerated system. We are the people who own ourselves. We know our own voice. We know where we come from, and we know that we are all relatives. Following him around the state has been one of my personal. When we talk about bringing arts into economic development, especially in small communities, the whole key is collaboration. I mean, we know that in all parts of life. And we want to build relationships with everyone who, other state agencies and other organizations and tribal councils and just every group and community that we can, in order to see where might projects be most fruitful, who's ready for something like this, what community can we work with to lift up the artists and put the artists at the center of community and economic development in whatever kind of project is right for that community. So rather than the artists being asked at the very end, would you come and paint a mural on our building? What would it look like to bring the artists in at the very beginning of the project and help draw people in, express the goals and needs, help think outside the box, help drive innovation and creativity in whatever project the community has identified that they want to do. Also, as I say, this is my first year in this position, so I'm really in relationship building. And I'm up here blabbering, but my real job is to listen to who's out there working, what are each one of you thinking about and striving for, so that I can find out what what would happen if we brought artists into the center of Great Northern? How can this tremendous resource of creativity and innovation that is everywhere in the state be deployed to help and be involved and activate and bring energy to whatever projects are out there, whether they be tourism or downtown vitalization or whatever the project is. Art goes everywhere. Art does not draw boundaries. Art welcomes and uses the best of whatever it runs into. My metaphor is, the Métis traditional music is, I think, the best example of what we as humans can follow as a model right now. The French and Celtic folk music that came with the fiddling encountered the rhythm and percussion of the native music and didn't say, oh, well, we have to have this division. Art gathers everything up and makes the best of what it encounters. And if we can do that in all of our endeavors to gather up the best of what we encounter and the best of our partnerships and make that into a creative and fruitful endeavor, I think Montana will be absolutely unstoppable. That's my passion and my message and my hope for the coming years at the Arts Council. And I'd really like for us to build a relationship so I can learn how we can be more of an energizing force.
Any questions?
Chairman Grant,
Yeah.
so these grants need funding opportunities, all can be found on your website, correct? So
Yes.
they're all there.
That was interesting, because you hear about the Arts Council, but don't saw that information. Is that, there's so much offered.
We're so small and we have such a tiny budget and a tiny capacity that it's like, we try and I'm not sure. I don't want to make any wild promises, but I do want to let you know that that building these relationships and being a little bit more visible, especially in the tribal communities where we have not been as effective in the past, that's one of our identified goals right now. For that reason, and just for the privilege of being here today, I'm so glad that you invited me to come and get to know have this opportunity.
Thank you. That was, you're like the Bob Ross. You're the blank.
Let me tell you, the things that are out there, my
That was cool, yeah, that was cool. We've seen it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
I was curious if the commission would be supportive of collaboration between our department and Arts Council and trying to build out more recruitment to Native American made in Montana and support those small business operators. If that's something that the council would like.
Yeah, so it does.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
This will fit perfect, actually.
Yes, I think I see so much alignment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It looks like we're right up to lunch.
Yeah, we're-
What's that?
I'll check.
Okay.
Sorry, bringing in stuff. What is it? Tip?
So you want me to stop, are we done for lunch?
Where's,
One.
Chairman Gray had to step out to do a phone conference. He wants me to finish up on Commissioner Backbone. So at 1 o'clock, fiscal year 2023 Indian Equity Fund IEF recipient Emily Mayer have her historic tours. Emily?
Hello?
Hello. Emily, you're on. The Indian Equity Fund
Can you-
recipient.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Emily Mayer and I own Havre Historic Tours and More. I was a recipient of a 2022 Indian Equity Fund grant. And I was approached to talk about that. First off, I'd like to thank the panel that chose me because this has opened up an awful lot of doors that probably wouldn't be open for quite some time had it just been left up to me and my own resources and devices. When I wrote the grant, I really wanted to update my website, which needed to be updated desperately. And I also wanted to get better video equipment for some videos that I'm doing. I also wanted to do a podcast because a lot of people have approached me of doing a podcast, and to do some advertising, which was absolutely wonderful. I was able to publish advertising in some publications that I would have never been able to afford had it not been for the grant, because advertising is very expensive. I also got new brochures and business cards with that grant. And when I applied for the grant, I was expecting about $6,200, but I was told, no, your grant is $12,000. So that really got me going. You know, how can I just move this vision that I have a little bit further? So I was able to get office equipment, namely bookshelves and filing cabinets, because right now I'm operating out of boxes and bags, and that's hardly an efficient filing system. It's sometimes impossible for me to find what I'm looking for. I know it's there, but I don't know which bag it's in. So with filing cabinets and bookshelves, I can get the materials that I need to do the research that I'm doing for whatever project I'm working on. And then I was also able to buy a projector and a screen to do presentations, along with a PA system and podcast equipment, you know, all kinds of different things for the tours that I'm doing. Ultimately, what I want to do is take the guided tours that I've been doing for almost 20 years now and put them on video. The host site is on Vimeo. So if you search Havre Historic Tours on Vimeo, you're going to find my videos. And what that does is it opens up a whole new world other than just my tours. There are different people and events and buildings and things here in Havre that could have its own presentation, and that is something that you don't get to do on a guided walking tour that's pretty much programmed for an hour, because that's what people's attention span tends to be. So it opened up an awful lot of opportunities that, quite frankly, wouldn't be a reality had it not been for the Indian Equity Fund.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, yes.
So tell me a little bit more about like these videos, like, and podcasts and stuff. Like what exactly are you doing? Will you explain that a little bit more?
Well, with the videos, I do guided walking tours of the Havre Residential Historic District, the downtown area, and up at the cemetery. And the idea behind the video has actually been around for a long time. Back in VHS days is when I really started this idea. But of course, technology has improved so much over the years. And I'd always wanted to do this DVD series on Havre histories, but something just, it just never meshed. It just never turned out until the pandemic hit. And now, okay, definitely people aren't going out. They aren't taking tours. They aren't congregating with other people. So it was an excellent opportunity for me to learn how to create a video and then burn it to DVD, which is what I offered it first. And then a friend of mine who does documentaries told me about Vimeo and how I could upload my video on that and bring it to a wider audience. So that's what I've done. And then for my podcast, it's on Buzzsprout. Again, Havre Historic Tours and More. Pretty much what I do is, talk about local history. I write a local history column for the Havre Daily News. I've done that for, about 10 years now. And the information that I have in these old newspapers, well, sometimes there's so much information that I can't get it in one column. I'm only given so much space. So on my podcast, I talk about the articles that didn't make the article in the newspaper, and then I kind of expand on that because there's some information there that that pertains to that particular article, like maybe the history of a building or a person and their occupation, or how this person ties into this other person and that sort of thing. So it really kind of interesting how I put everything together. And I also share, I've got this collection of local history books, and among them are local cookbooks. So I share recipes and that sort of thing on my podcast. So it's kind of a variety of different things, but mostly it centers around Havre history, its people, its buildings, and its events that shaped our area. So that's pretty much what I do with those two things.
So what got you in doing that? You've been doing it 20 years?
Yeah, I've been doing my tours now. My business is about 20 years old. Next year it'll be 20 years.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you, Emily.
You're welcome.
Going ahead of the schedule, next.
Yeah, so Commissioner Backbone, our next person is gonna be online as well, and she's not on yet.
Okay,
So we could move it to like one of us.
Yeah.
If you want to.
move it to the back.
Yeah,
Okay, let's go with that Indian Equity Fund recipient Stacy Moore towards the back of the agenda, and we'll bring in Big Sky Deacon.
no, we gotta wait for them, they're not
Oh,
here.
okay.
We'll have to go to like the
DJ.
reports, yeah.
Okay, let's go with DJ with the OICED program update.
So, good afternoon, Commissioners. So, yeah, I'd like to touch on just some recent and upcoming events that my team has been a part of or will be a part of. And then also I have a couple of quick updates regarding House Bill 19 and then our travel business development grant. So, okay, perfect. So at our last STED Commission meeting in February, this event had yet to happen. It happened March 8th through, well, I think it was actually through the 10th. But anyway, the dates that I attended, 8th and 9th, the 2024 Made in Montana Trade Show at the Lewis and Clark County Fairgrounds in Helena. This was a really strong event, really good event. We had representation from three booths from Little Shell and then one from Blackfeet. The Blackfeet one was Melissa Trombley, and her business was MT Designs. Little Shell had Alyssa Erods, I'm probably not saying that right. But her business was Laughing Water Designs. And then we also had Jared Gray, Blue Ribbon Nets, and then also Confused Glass, Guyla Street from Little Shell. So yeah, really good event. Rochelle and Marilyn did a great job with setting it all up. I know all of us were there, Luke and myself, we were there to help support the event. And so, yeah, looking forward to next year. Next slide. And then, of course, our 2024 Governor's Conference on Tourism in Missoula. This was April 14th through 16th. Mariah Gladstone was the feature presentation on Tuesday morning session. She's the owner of IndigiKitchen. We had a couple of really strong breakout sessions. Cultural heritage, entrepreneurship in Indian country breakout session facilitated by Rochelle Brown. It was a really good event. There was, I know, Dr. Lanny Realbird, several others who just touched on the importance of cultural heritage. Even learned a little bit of Crow. So don't ask me to repeat anything, but and then also our sports tourism session. I know Commissioner Backman was a part of that panel. That was a really good session as well, facilitated by Evan Decker with Visit Billings. Yeah, it just really was eye-opening too. I'm glad Commissioner Backman was a part of that because I think the Indian Relay, when he brought that out, a lot of people were kind of curious about that. They had never really heard about that before. And so just knowing that there's things like that, and then of course the basketball tournaments that Commissioner Backman puts on, those are really strong economic movers and really help the economy. And so it was really that was a really good session to kind of explore the potential of those events and what they contribute to the economy. Also, our Native American Business Summit, April 4th. This was at MSU Billings, put on by Chamber of Commerce and Billings. Also, Big Sky Economic Development. I know we had attendance from Maryland, myself, and Luke were there. Yeah, just another really good event. It really catered to Native business owners, and Big Sky Econ Development actually had a lot of good materials for them, kind of a roadmap for starting a business or ways to propel their business forward. So felt like it was a really beneficial event for them. The purpose of the summit is served to empower and elevate Indigenous businesses and individuals in the region. And yeah, they also included things like business plans, financing options, just making our Indigenous business owners aware of those things as they start their businesses. Also, our 2024 Spring NETA Conference in Red Lodge was this past April 23rd through 25th. Several, you can see a picture there from it. There were several good presenters, including Paul Green, Director of Department of Commerce, Angela Martinez from Economic Development Administration, Jennifer Eisner, Jessica Stewart. Really quality event. It was actually my first time attending NETA, and so yeah, got a lot out of it, a lot of good ideas, and just really, these kind of events are always really good for networking purposes, to just connect with other people, whether it be throughout state government or in Indian country. Also coming up is our May 22nd in Bozeman, the World Trade and Investment Day. So this event will have insights on the dynamic global trade landscape. This will be another first-time event that I will be attending, and I believe Misty Cool will be in attendance at this one too. I'm not sure if any of my other teammates will be, but yeah, they'll have results from the NWTC Montana World Trade Council Annual World Trade and Investment Report. They'll also be recognizing the Montana Exporter of the Year, and again, just more networking.
Are there any tribal businesses that do world trading?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know as far as if they'll be represented at this event or.
I went
what we
to
would do.
a IAC conference, Indian Agriculture Conference. This
Mhm.
was 3 years ago, but that was part of their, one of their panels too, and they were doing like buffalo jerky and different indigenous foods that
Mhm.
were. they were
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Helping with the marketing for it, I think. Is what it said.
Yeah, it's like I said, first time going to this event, but I've been hearing about it, and yeah, I know they're having like a keynote speaker and a bunch of I think they're gonna have breakout sessions as well at this event to kind of just help people understand, not only if they can sell a product locally, but expanding it out to export. So moving on to our tribal business development grant. So a few updates on this. So the previous cycle of TBDG funding was recently awarded to Northern Cheyenne on March 22nd. Their project that they will be or already have started working on is the Northern Cheyenne Arts and Crafts Center. And currently the contract is in review through our internal process with DOC contracts. So the money's on the way.
Okay, great.
So
We're ready.
But yeah, then the final cycle of TBDG funding, the application period ended on April 30th. And so there's a remaining 80,000 that's left for TBDG. And so the application period has closed. We are currently in the process of doing our review, and we'll be doing an award soon. In fact, we have our review scheduled for this week, actually tomorrow. So stay tuned. House Bill 19, just kind of want to touch on this briefly. For those of you who still may not be aware of what House Bill 19 is or what it's about. So essentially, the statute provides that in collaboration with this commission, tribal governments, other partners, the Department of Commerce will develop a system for gathering data and allowing the department to quantify on an ongoing basis the economic contributions of the tribes. So essentially what we're working on is coming up with a model, like a dashboard that can be publicly visible online for a person to go on and see. If they hover, say, over a certain tribe, they can see the economic contribution regarding certain parameters as far as how that affects the overall Montana economy. So I know it's kind of a mouthful, but we've been having several meetings, weekly engagement meetings with the State Information Technology Services Division, SITSD. All these acronyms, the state levels, just bear with us. But yeah, we've been having weekly engagement meetings with them to develop this customer-facing dashboard that's user-friendly, that will show the economic impact. And so we're still kind of in a self-discovery process of how this is going to look, how it's going to work. Everyone in this room, I think, we understand that Indian country does have a substantial impact on the overall economy. And so what we're aiming to do is just create a dashboard, just a way to exhibit that online for the public to see. So some upcoming goals, we're working on identifying the specific data from each tribe that will be reflected within the dashboard. We first and foremost have been concentrated on creating the dashboard itself so that we have a house, so to speak, for the data to live in. So we're still ongoing with that. We've don't have a whole lot of specific updates to provide other than we're still working on it and look forward to the next quarterly meeting to give a more fruitful update on this.
So was there any, I know there was grants, there was extra grants given out for small businesses or entrepreneurs. Very.
Sorry, out of our office, or are you talking about?
Is it, was it out of the state or was it out of? did it come out
No,
of the
so yeah, there may have been other, I guess, grant monies that came out, but I guess specifically for House Bill 19, we're looking at kind of capturing the whole picture of.
That's what I was going to ask, because so on Northern Cheyenne, it wasn't advertised. There was just like businesses handpicked and they were given grant money. And, like, we've seen lists of who got the grants, but I don't think there was follow-up, like to see if those businesses ever successful.
Yeah, so yeah, our aim with this is, and we've been working in conjunction with the State Tribal Relations Committee to provide them updates as well. But yeah, we want to have a dashboard model, but then we're also seeking to have a physical report that breaks down exactly what kind of funding opportunities were given to each tribe and what was done with that money, how it impacted the economy. You know, so that would be the goal, to have like a report. That's all I have this time. If you guys have any questions.
No questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Okay.
Mr. Backbone.
Yes.
Stacy Moore is on.
Okay.
So, let me.
Go back. June 23 Indian Equity Fund, IEF recipient Stacy Moore. Opal Coffee.
All right, hi. Can everybody hear me?
Hello. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Hi, I'm Stacy Moore, and I have the Moore Caffeine Co. And I just want to thank you, first of all, for inviting me and letting me tell my story. And thank everybody at the Bear Pod Development Small Business Center that helped me apply and get the grant, and everybody else involved in the grant. So yeah, so my story is, I went to the Little Shell Powwow a couple of years ago, and I noticed there wasn't very many vendors, especially for drink vendors. And so when I went back to work, at that time I was working at Rocky Boy in the dental clinic. And one of my coworkers told me about the grant and told me I should start a coffee trailer. I was coming up on 25 years of doing dental hygiene, so I was getting a little burnt out, needed a change. And so she helped me, guided me and directed me to the grant, and I applied for that and got it, and purchased a trailer. My goal was to have it going by last summer, but my husband and I were a little slow on doing all the work and renovations to the trailer. And so we do have it going now. I actually was going to start this week out at Rocky Boy, going out there a couple days a week. But due to all the rain, we decided to start next week. So next week, hopefully will be my grand opening out there. I do have on the calendar some powwows and some rodeos. And I've been talking to a couple of the other reservations around the area about doing some of their summer events, maybe some in the Havre area. And yeah, so I'm excited to get going, and the grant helped me purchase the trailer. We just gutted it out, put insulation up, put the walls up, turn it into a coffee trailer, all the electrical, the plumbing, and purchased some equipment. So I'm very thankful for the grant, and it's given me the opportunity to do the powwows and just travel around like I wanted to. But also when I went out to Rocky Boy and talked to them when I was getting my business license, it seems like a lot of people want the Lotus drinks and some teas and lemonades. And then the other thing they wanted was breakfast sandwiches and lunch sandwiches, but the trailer is a 6x12 single axle. And so I ran out of room real quickly. So I'm really trying to find a way to be able to bring food out there in the trailer too. So, and then, yeah, we'll see how it goes. So if anybody in need of me bringing my trailer, let me know.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions?
Yeah. Hey there, Stacy. This is Rochelle. I'm the travel tourism officer, and your business and the previous presenter are definitely in line with travel tourism businesses. And I'm going to be launching Indian Equity Fund Travel Tourism Little Sister Grant, specifically to food trucks, Native American, made in Montana creators and producers for those vendor stations, guides, tours, accommodations, anything that helps to build that Native American tribal tourism economy. And so my question for you, when you were starting up your business, how difficult was it for you to get your business license, your food service license? And did you work with the Tarot office at all with any of those elements?
Yes, with Rocky Boy, it's been really easy. I went out there, I had taken the IHS Serve Safe course, and then I took, and that was really easy. It was online. And then I took the Serve Safe, I took the course in Great Falls. And so I got the Serve Safe manager. And then when I went out to the Tarot office and turned in my application, and then I went and got my business license all within the same day. And so it was really simple. Now working with the Hill County Health Department's another story.
And in terms of the equipment that you needed to invest in order for it to be a real comfortable operating space, what kinds of things did you put into that trailer to make it an efficient way to operate a business?
So I put in the triple sink, and the tanks take up a lot of room. Because like I said, it's a 6x12. And so on one wall is the triple sink, and then the other wall, I have a 10-foot counter, and then the tanks go underneath that. So there's really not a whole lot of storage underneath. And then on that, I have on the counter my hand washing sink and the bar rinser, and then the coffee machine, the grinder, and then the espresso machine. And then that's pretty much it, that space. And then on the other wall, I have my refrigerator and then the concession window. And so, yeah, it was just a lot of planning and building and try to utilize every space I could.
Yeah, it sounds like you and your husband did all that yourselves.
Yeah, except we just didn't do the electrical, and then he helped my brother-in-law, who's a plumber, do the plumbing. And so, yeah, so the electrical was pretty much the only thing we haven't done. So, yeah.
Well, excited for you. Hope to see you out there on the
Yes.
trail this summer.
Yes, and I will pay attention to the other grants like you were saying, and yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thanks.
Going on. Thank you, Stacy.
All right,
Appreciate it.
thanks for having me.
So I think part of so those grants that we're giving out on Northern Cheyenne, I just felt like there wasn't any guidance for the people that received those grants.
Yeah, so maybe we should get some clarity on what grants you're referring to. Are we talking about Indian Equity Fund ones?
Well,
Other
those
ones?
were, those were a one-off from the state level, emergency funds and stuff, and there was not any tracking with that. Governor's office, whoever's office,
Yeah.
you're exactly right, so.
So there were ARPA funds that came from the feds. They were given to the state of Montana to deploy. And do we know, Luke, what agency deployed them or how they were deployed?
They were deployed with urgency, I don't know.
Okay. I think we would need to do, just because I'm new to the program, I came in after these funds were deployed. Luke was just a year before me, so he's the most senior on our team, but a lot of these decisions and deployments were probably done before him. So we would probably need to do a little bit more research to understand exactly, to kind of get to the bottom of your question as to how those selections were made and what the
Well,
follow-up is on
Yeah,
that.
I think, I know like a lot of people back home, they're food vendors.
Okay.
But they're not taught how to, like, how much food you need to purchase to feed a certain amount of people. The budgeting part of it.
Yes.
Is like, who looks, but they perform, and they,
They figure it out,
fabulous. Yeah, they figure it out and they get by,
Mhm.
but they're not taught how to maximize, like even how to shop in
Yes.
bulk or,
Yeah.
different things. I would hope so.
Some of the things that Stacy just shared with us
Yeah.
were some of those essential, safe handling for food, making
Mm-hmm.
sure that you're permitted and that you also reduce your liability by having any accidents when you're serving the public. But then also some of those business sophistication planning
Mhm.
and knowing how to maybe get a bulk license so that you can purchase things and get a wholesale price for it rather than paying retail.
Yeah.
I think that those would all be things that I think our team are looking at adding in terms of educational collaborations. So that when these monies are given to those that are already aspiring business operators, that they're set up for success and that their time and energy is the biggest profitable outcome for them. So thank you for that feedback.
Yeah.
And if you would like, we can try to get a little bit more information about that historical funding and how that was deployed, who deployed it, how those decisions were made. Okay, sounds great.
Any other questions? At this time, we have, thank you for coming over.
Thank you for asking.
Jason Gardner, and Max Gardner, you
Yeah, this,
I'm sitting right here, if you want to.
How is everyone?
Good.
Not much. I think go tell a little bit.
okay.
This one's pretty easy to break down. Can everyone see this all right? Let me move this.
Yeah.
I'll let you know when it's closed.
Thank you.
Just get this all set up so you guys can see it.
While he's putting this together really quick, I'll tell everybody, I'm Jason Gardner. I'm the founder of Big Sky Decon. Originally, the name was Cart Clean, and I started it like 17 years ago. Just noodling the idea and writing down a bunch of IP. So that's why we kept the name for so long until I got all the patents, and then we changed over to Big Sky Decon. But what I do is I'm an insurance geek by trade. We do handle big corporate healthcare plans, and I've always wondered why people's healthcare that isn't the same as the growth, right? The population is very static. It jumps all over the place. And in that research, I kind of figured out that we have our own habits as people. We travel all over the place. You go here, you come here, and you bring things back with you that you don't know. Lots of microorganisms, fungi, bacteria, things like that. You just pick it up in the airplane, you pick it up at school, you pick it up at just moving around, and you tend to come in more contact with things that you wouldn't imagine. So I started looking into, what if we did things a little bit differently? What if we took some of the old surgical technology that they've had in surgery rooms after people get operated on, and we made it a little bit more intense, maybe directed it more, been more specific with that technology. And then we started adding vibration and things like that, so it'll shake microorganisms and bacteria and fungi off of the garments and things that we touch on a natural basis. And we went about this and did a bunch of testing, and I went to the University of Montana, and I probably called them 1,000 times, and their dean of students finally called me back and said, well, Max has a huge slide on this, so I should probably just let him go. But anyway, I'll just let you know that we're super excited to be here and show you everything that's going on. We are a Montana-based company. I think that's the most important. Everything is built here except for the light bulbs. Everything is assembled here, built here. We are a Montana-based company. Pretty big. So I'll let him get into it.
We're gonna go to the next slide. So you kind of touched on it a little bit, but we have made a wide variety of products. We have about 7 products, all of them are patented, and we sell a lot of products to government agencies, and all of them that we use ultraviolet light to decontaminate bacteria, viruses, fungi, and protozoa. Anything that could put you in a hospital, make you feel sick, something you're exposed to, whether it's allergens, anything that can affect your body, and do it in that sense. We wanted to create a way to make it a safer engagement between people and do it in areas that are heavily populated. And so what Jason was talking about, we got a case study done with the University of Montana, and that's how we got all the science behind our products and found out some of these benefits. But all of our products, it takes 3 minutes to inactivate bacteria, viruses, fungi, protozoa, and as a byproduct, it also removes smell. So whether that is for law enforcement agencies, if they get any sort of bodily fluids on them, if someone bleeds on them, someone spits on them just sweating, just doing their daily jobs, wearing all the protective gear and all their clothes, being able to have a safe method to be able to remove that, neutralize it, and remove it from that area or the clothing or personal item is huge for a lot of the law enforcement agencies and schools and hospitals and clinics, because a lot of these things build up and you kind of forget about it, that they're around, and you're touching it, breathing it in, you cough, you put it on your face, and you're exposing yourself, and then also exposing the other people around you and bringing it home to your families and your homes. And so we wanted to be able to create a way to be able to remove that and effectively get rid of it. And so with like the smell application, and it's like pet odors, if you want to do, if you have animals in the office, if you have someone who smokes in cars or in the building, if you have the bodily fluids, like I said, or drugs or anything that just kind of builds up and brings that odor out, we're able to neutralize it. Thank you, Marilyn, appreciate it. And so our products are, you can never say anything's 99% or 99.9999% effective. And so we are way past that, and our products are super effective. That is why we don't have this one on right now, because we might be a little bit blind and all burned a little bit. But it's equivalent to being on the sun for 54 days if it works to run for its exposure time period. So they're very strong, very intense lights, and we have 10 times the strength of 99.99% efficiency against bacteria and viruses. And so this includes everything from common cold to flu and some of the more harsh things that people see in communities and are really dangerous and can spread in like clinics or jails is MRSA or C. diff or hepatitis, HIV, any of these things that are super potent and you definitely don't want to be around. We have a solution to be able to mitigate that and remove it and neutralize that threat. We've had some schools that were in the state of Montana, and we've had teachers let us know we had hand, foot, and mouth disease go through our school, and they used it in one of the classrooms and the facilities that it was in. And all the cases went away. We've had just people with common colds and flus, and they use our products to be able to neutralize that and stop that threat and that exposure level. And it's made a huge difference. And so we want to continue to share those stories and continue to get involved with that. And so some areas of use where this would be applicable are your healthcare centers, your hospitals, the law enforcement agencies, services, schools, which I know some of the schools that are in this area and in your guys' areas have these products, which was awesome that we got to do that through the TPHHS program that we did a few months back. Any shared vehicles, community centers, and then manufacturing shops as well. And so I'm gonna go now to specific. So the area decon unit, that's this unit. This can be used to neutralize any areas or spaces, whether that's vehicles or if you have jail cells or classrooms or a medical center where someone comes in and they have an incident and you need to neutralize that room, they bled, whatever it is, or just even in the waiting room. So you plug this into the wall, plugs into a standard outlet, or you can plug it into a power inverter extension cord to be able to get it to work. But it has a 10-foot radius fully around, and it takes 3 minutes to inactivate anything. So if you wanted to do like a room this big, you could either move it around, you could put multiple units up at a time, and this would be an entirely different environment by the time you came back in here. It leaves a little like kind of like a tanning bed smell like from the lights running, and then it dissipates after a little bit once it's done running. But it is super effective in what it does, and we made it this way so it can cover a whole different area, all different universal things, and can be used for a wide variety of areas, objects, and things to use it for.
This one, we have a few like gymnasiums. We also have a professional services model. We only sell to the government. The rest is a professional services, like we'll come in and clean the areas for people. We have a few gymnasiums that use this in their showers. You know, people have pretty bad habits when they use somebody else's showers and they leave everything in there. So you can go, we'll go and put it in there. You can tell it hasn't been done for a week or two. And we'll come in, put it in there, and it smells absolutely fresh, brand new. It's amazing.
Yeah, going off that, like we use it in steam rooms, which get real funky. The showers in public areas. So yeah, that like, worried about getting athletes, but it neutralizes that, kills that.
Several of our detention centers and jails use these in their holding cells and whatnot. You have questions?
Does it take sin away?
No. No, it does not. The other one that we get asked to is can we put people through there? Not so good.
I don't have to go to church.
No, you still need, you can take it with you. But no, and we do have a chart if y'all are interested in it. I did get permission from the clinic, but we tested all the waiting room lounge chairs at a gastro clinic. And that's usually not people in there like an emergency room or, you know, they know about it. They're a little bit cleanlier. It's not such an emergent situation. And the amount of bad things that are on the waiting room lounge chairs is unreal. Like you would never want to sit in a waiting room lounge chair again, ever. It's disgusting. So having the ability to come in and zap it really quick is really easy. And I know a lot of people are using those foggers. But if you read the instructions on the foggers, there's silver filament in it, and it's a chemical. Just real common sense, if you can spray it and it kills RNA and DNA, you shouldn't be touching it and you shouldn't be breathing it. Pretty simple.
Yeah, all of these products have no chemical applications to them. There's very, very little ozone that's produced, so it's not like any of those ozonators that are out there currently. This is strictly ultraviolet light, and it's the safest, it's most effective thing right now.
There is no one else on the market that has these products. So, and the people that we actually buy the lights from, they've been trying like the dickens to figure out how our products are 5 times stronger than the ones that they've built, because they have kind of a similar light application, and they're sending people to us. I mean, Mark knows we were dealing
Are
with
these-
Walmart, on one of these, they're really interested in this too.
Are these like, those bulbs that they use for the wands? Is that what they use?
So the wands don't work. The wand is an LED system, and they do not work. If you look at them, they will not insure, actually. We have very high insurance rates for this stuff because these absolutely unequivocally will work. You can put that LED, the little wand thing in your pocket or maybe into it, it'll do nothing for you. You put this right next to you, it'll peel your skin off of you. I mean, you can't be that close to this thing. If I'm standing from here, it won't do any damage to me at all. But anything inside of that radius is getting zapped, and you absolutely will know it. We can put stickers up, that anybody needs them, they're dosimeter stickers, and what they do is they measure millijoules per centimeter square inch, which is a scientific ratio of how microorganisms get killed by light. And we can put one of those stickers up in any of the room, and if it doesn't light up, it didn't work. And I can guarantee you can hold one of those wands next to it and it will not light it up. It was a really quick temporary good fix. I am an insurance nerd, so the other reason why those are kind of dangerous is because you're the one doing it. So if you take the best example would be a car. If you were washing your own car, if it was a black car and it's super dirty and you walked away from it, you'd see where you missed, right? So if you have one of those wands and somebody gets sick, you're liable. You did it. You put our machine in there, all you have to do is set it and walk away. It's on us. Because it is scientifically measured to do its job. It's on us, it's not on you. Yeah.
The square footage.
Yep.
How many minutes do you need it to be in a space to, let's say, contaminate this room?
We would probably put 8 units in here and it'd be done in 15 minutes.
Got it, okay.
Yeah.
And then does it address smoke damage?
Yeah.
Like a home fire?
I love that you just asked that.
Yeah.
Yes, you would still need to do some remediation.
Okay.
But we seal the wood. So like, if a dog goes to the bathroom on wood and you pull up carpet and you're trying to get rid of it, there's nothing that'll do that. They sell you put kills in on it, which will remove it. You put our machine in there and pull it all out. It'll kill it all.
So
It'll kill the whole smell.
Going off that example, if we did, we had a RV shop call us, Brett's RV in Missoula, and they had a RV that was, that they got in on trade and they're trying to resell, and they had someone who had it for a while and they probably smoked maybe 10,000 cigarettes in there.
Okay.
It was all over the
Scratch
wall,
the
like it was
glass.
all,
Sure, it was like
you could
yellow.
see it, yep.
Yeah.
And so, it was really, really, really potent, and with just like that smoke smell, we put 3 units in there and left it in there for overnight, 24 hours, let it just oversaturate and go. And the next day when we went and checked on it, there was no smell. You can tell they were able to sell that the next weekend. It was a brand new machine. So it really brings back like that. Even with vehicles, like the new car smell, like we've had several. Like I unfortunately had to be the one to do it, but there's like dog peas in it, or we had another one.
The body odor.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it's you definitely need to run it for a little bit longer for some of those odors if they're really strong and harsh, but it will neutralize it. Yes.
If you go to the Lewis and Clark jail, it smells nicer than this room currently right now. And it was not, beforehand, they had one of our locker systems, I mean, not to try.
We smell that bad.
Not saying that it's bad. Let me start that one over. If you've ever been there, that room smells horrible and it smells better than this now. But they have a locker system, they have one of these and they have one of these as well. And when we went in there to see it, they had people laying on the ground. They're so overcrowded, in their jail. And they run all their inmates' clothing through it before they give them their other clothing. They have mesh bags and whatnot, so they put it in there. So there's no smelly garments inside of their holding area, which was fumigating that entire downstairs. It was horrible. You couldn't get rid of the smell. So you can walk into that laundry room and it smells like this. And it was not that way.
Yeah, there's.
It's unreal,
There's
the
no
byproduct.
air ventilation really in there, just putting stone room.
And the air ventilation stuff, I know that there's a lot of UV people that are out there talking about it. We had a lot of people say, hey, can you look into this? We can't get insurance for the same coverage. Reason being is if you look at your air duct, right? That air duct is gonna come here and it stops and makes a turn and comes down. That means dust is gathering there. There's no way that that's being mitigated. No way from where the original place comes and puts in good particles. It's impossible. Can't do it. You have to get the air as it comes out. So that's where these things come in. And as soon as another particle of air comes in, that room is already saturated. So it pops, room's done. So the reason why these things work so well is you have years of bacteria that have formed on your walls and whatnot, because nobody's ever done this. And if you accidentally bump into it, you contract and whatnot. The more that you do this, you're mitigating over time. You're chiseling away all of your issues and potential diseases.
That's a good point. So let's say we met houses.
Yep.
Do you ever clean them out, these?
Okay. I don't have a crystal ball, but we are the only company in the nation right now that has this bag, is patented, and we can kill methamphetamines, fentanyl, and ecstasy in 10 minutes time. We're the only company in the country that can do that, and we're waiting to test.
You neutralize the, I guess.
Drug compound.
The drug compound.
So therefore, if a little kid comes in and they touch something and lick it, it's not going to poison them because of the treatment like this?
Well, I don't believe anybody could tell you that
Okay,
at all.
okay,
I don't
make sure I
believe
understand
anyone
what you
could.
mean by
Like confiscated money. Let's
Oh,
say you come into like a crime scene, or you come into a drug, a meth house, and you need to clean it, you need to make it safe before the people come in. Any of their existing gear that they walked in, then they can put it in there and we'll neutralize the outside, okay? We are testing the same methodology that we use to build it in the bag, we're gonna put it in here. I mean, stands to reason it's gonna work, but we can't tell you that until the scientist proves it and until we get it patented, or until it's stamped by a patent office, but it's gonna work. It's the same science that we use in there, just in this.
Yeah, so this is our.
But we're not there yet.
We have our incident response bag. This is, the exact same technology as this, and we didn't bring our other one, but we have a narco bag. So the narco bag, it's a red version of this, and it has a different type of light bulb in there. They operate on different wavelengths, and so I'm going off the question, like with the houses and the meth houses. We created a bag because a lot of the law enforcement officers or people who engage with people who are dealing with drugs, they worried about getting their clothes, their boots, any of their handheld items. And so we took this bag that we had and changed out the light bulbs in it, so that after they do, they confiscate a vehicle or they go through a home that's been exposed to or contaminated with drugs, they're able to neutralize it. So if there's dusting, or if you have like a pill and you want to move the bag of pills, or one of these infected by it or contaminated, that outer layer in the dusting will be neutralized. But if you have a pill, put it into the outer layer, will be done. But if you were to chop it up, cut it, then that inside, it will be active again. Sure.
Same would be, not to be gross, but let's say that there was like a pile of poop. The top portion that you would see it wouldn't get you sick. But if you put your hands in it, underneath.
But it has a limited penetration.
Yeah, it's not gonna go straight through it, and it doesn't make anything disappear. What it does is it gives you a safe opportunity to be in that space.
Right.
And it gives you a safe opportunity to leave that space when you're done. And leave it there. That DNA component stays there. Like coroner's office are taking their boots off and putting them in there, and they're cleaning everything out of that. Game wardens, if they come up on animals that have bacteria, they don't want to spread it to, you can pop your stuff in there, and you really change the game with it. You're leaving whatever scene there. You're not taking it with you. But schools, like this is really big for schools. If sports equipment, you can pop anybody's sports equipment in, you can get rid of all the smell from it, so it'll last longer, the schools and stuff. But you go into the bathrooms, kid gets sick, pukes on the desk, they take that kitty litter dust or whatever and throw all over. You can just put this right on top of that and it'll neutralize that entire area. It won't spread to any of the kids. And the lights, as Max was saying, it's a saturation. It's a wavelength. So it saturates the area. It's not like how that light only gets me here and right behind me in the shadow. It's not. It'll saturate. It just kind of follows through. Saturates you.
And so, thank you very much. There we go. Perfect, thank you. And so this is our one of our other units. This is actually our brand new product. We just have it now available. We have a few in inventory, but it's our coolant decontamination unit. And so this is specifically for manufacturing shops that do a lot of machining and have a bunch of machining tools and equipment. But what it does is it extends the life of the coolant. So anything, any like mill, lathe, whatever it may be that has a coolant reservoir, a lot of those build up with bacteria, viruses, and they kind of get a weird chunky like substance in the bottom of the tank, and it smells
Like this.
awful. It smells like rotten eggs and bacteria, and it's bad. And so a lot of these shops, when they're going to clean them, they have to have a few days of the machine off. There's downtime. You have to pay for new coolant, pay to get it clean, pay your employees, and then you lose out the possible income of having it running and continue to make product.
And it's incredibly expensive to discard it.
Yeah. Each time, on average, it's about $1,000 for a lot of these manufacturing shops to buy new coolant, ship off their old coolant, and put it in a tank, and then deal with the process of it being down. But what this product allows you to do is that you never have to change your coolant again. And so you're able to plug this in, and it works on a skimmer and a filtration and water system. But it sucks in the coolant into the unit, and it has a UV light in there, and it neutralizes the bacteria and viruses, funnels it to the other side, and then filters the clean coolant back in there and skims out the oil. So our manufacturing shop has been a real test dummy for this, and they've been working on it, perfecting it. And they have one of these units that runs around their whole shop, and he's already saved $5,000 in at least 6 months he's been using this product, which it will pay for itself over time. Absolutely, and it actually in a short amount of time for a lot of these manufacturing shops. So I don't know how many you guys have on your plans or areas or communities, but it's an awesome product that we're super excited about and ready to get out there into the market. And this one I think is going to be our big ticket item. It's not for the everyday use. I'm not sure if any of us have a manufacturing background. I know I don't. But it should be awesome, and it's a really cool product. And there's a lot of skimmer stuff out there, but this is really first to market for that industry as well.
That one slick as a whistle. You can just throw the bobber in there and it'll work while you're working. You don't have to shut down the machine. No downtime, no nothing. We actually believe, we just got our patent for this maybe a month and a half ago. We believe that this is a product that somebody like Haas or whatnot will come to us and they'll just want to put it into the machine. It's like we built a seatbelt. They can't, I mean, most of the guys are like, I can't believe this isn't already there. Montana doesn't have as high of scrutiny as some other states when we're talking about discarding of its hazardous waste materials, but you go to some of the blue states, you go to some of the areas where, like California, they have unbelievable control and regulations on how they need to get rid of and discard any unwanted materials because of what it does to land, right? And good for them, there should be. But this is something where you don't have to dump anymore. I mean, the sustainability for this is incredible. No more oil dumping, no more, none of that, no more having to, the people that are gonna get upset with us are the engine coolant and the oil coolant people.
And so I talked a little bit with the Department of Commerce, and they helped us put together a lot of information on all the different tribes and areas and some of the populations that you guys have. A lot of the schools, clinics, And so obviously you guys all know these numbers. We put this for our knowledge to get better understanding. But we wanted to try and build out the best plan for you guys possible for your law enforcement agencies, schools, clinics, and hospitals to be able to best protect your communities and your people and the things that you deal with on a daily basis. Everyone deserves a clean environment, and we want to make sure that we're able to neutralize anything that you guys are contaminated with and provide a safe atmosphere.
Any questions thus far? You think of school, you think it's not? Did you see it being
That's
used?
not a question, that's a comment.
Let us have it, whatever.
Comments,
So how long does it last? I mean, how long?
That's a great question. The units itself should, everything around it should last a very long time. We originally built them for police officers, and we know that they like to throw things around, they're a little rough, and the lights last for 2 years continuous use. And they're very heavy duty. They're not like these, well, actually, that's not the same bulb. But yeah, you know what I mean? The longer fluorescents, they're really flimsy and they're really, you kind of got to be careful with them. These are thick like a thermometer. There is mercury inside of these tiny little mercury balls on each side. But
And then how long does it last for the process?
You get 5 years of life.
no, how long does it take to clean something?
Yeah, once you clean a room, how long is the room stay clean?
Until somebody goes up there. I mean, same as anything else. If you wipe this table down with Windex and somebody touched it, it's over. But with this, with what these products are doing, you're eliminating chemical need, you're eliminating the chemicals from your area, and you're not just killing like Windex or 409, they take care of some things. This kills your fungi, your protozoa, your bacteria, and your viruses. And unless you're in an accident, those are the 4 things that put you in the hospital.
And it doesn't allow those microorganisms to regrow or spawn again. They're all dead cells. And I know with some of those chemicals and wipes, and like you can miss areas, and some of that could still repopulate and grow within an area or on an item. And so being able to use these, it guarantees that those are inactivated.
It takes RNA and DNA and pulls the molecule all apart from each other, which is why they are unable to replicate. They're no longer active. And the reason it takes a little longer for scent is scent actually has moisture, so it needs to dry just a touch. But this will pull soot out of a firefighter's uniform. This will pull bonfire out of a down coat. This will, I mean, it's amazing what you can use these things for. You will find thousands of new uses. We keep hearing from all of our clients that have them now. Hey, we get it with this, we use it with this. It's pretty amazing.
And so with some of the schools, through our DPHHS contract, I don't know if all of you guys heard about this, but we did a contract with the state for Department of Public Health and Human Services. And they used some of the grant money that was available through COVID dollars to purchase our products for schools in Montana. And a lot of schools in Montana were able to apply for this. We were able to get into 212 schools. And so I know a couple of schools some of the tribal areas and the reservations were able to get these products, which is incredible. But we weren't able to take care of all the schools in Montana, and that's something that we're actively working on doing and wanting to accomplish. We've gotten probably the best feedback from any industry that we work from the schools because there's so much bacteria and sicknesses and illnesses and absentees and all the things that you deal with in a school from just having it be just people running around and living life. It's just it's a part of it, and so we wanted to be able to create these products so that you can incorporate easily into a school atmosphere and can be used in a lot of different scenarios. And so these would be a great addition to the schools that do not have them already. Any questions again? And so this is just kind of our little cost breakdown that we put together. So for these units, this area decon unit, these are $2,150. $4,950. The narco dive is $5,950, and the CDU is $46.50. Thank you. And so they're relatively inexpensive for the long use you're going to get out of it, and the longevity and the benefits it will provide to all the different areas. And there, as we outlined, there's so many applications that you can use it for. And while you're using it, you're going to think I can use it here, 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 and here. And so there's a lot of different uses.
And we do not charge any shipping to any Montana client. We are Montanans ourselves, so that's our gift, I guess. We don't have huge margins, so.
And we have all the, if you guys do move forward, we have all the training videos that we've already made, how to operate them, how to use them, what happens if something breaks, what happens, which we haven't had yet, knock on wood. We outline everything and provide everything we need to be subject matter experts on all of our products. And they're very simple to use for the most part. Plug it into the wall.
You want us to turn this one back there so you can just see the color of the lights?
So the question I got, I think I asked was, but I didn't get the right answer was, so let's say this is a house, there was meth burned in here.
Yep.
So I'm not talking about clothes or nothing, I'm talking about the walls.
Yeah.
So is that able to clean the?
Yes. So, okay, I can't say yes, but it is yes, because I need to do our narco testing on this unit. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But if it works the same way that it did when we switched out the lights in the other one, the answer will be yes. It will be the exterior surface of it, okay? So if you then took, let's say you had a tennis ball and you scratched that part, or then that would be exposed. There would be drugs behind that. Nobody can get rid of that. Does that make sense? If it's burned into the wood, you'd have to tear all of that down, no matter who's doing it. You have to chemically spray it, whatever the case is.
That's what I was getting at.
Anybody that tells you that it's going and it hits that wall and then it eats into the wall is lying to you. That's not true. It will take care of the surface 100%. So if we put them all in here in this room, it would take care of all of the surface, so it would be safe.
Yeah.
And then a remediation team could come in and go like, we need to pull the vinyl flooring up. Okay, that's safe. Then we'd come back and do that floor because you've exposed the new part, and then that'd be safe.
Right.
But once you carve it, that next layer is open. It's fresh.
Yeah.
I don't want to give anybody a false, If you have a scab that it's trying to heal, you pull it off, it's no longer. But yes, it will kill it.
Okay.
Okay. And then just to get this running, we'll get.
Oh, no, you're fine, you're fine. You're fine. We have had trial and error on this. My little guinea pig here, he's not so little, but we did have an incident where you'll get a welder's burn. It'll burn your eyes. Okay, so he woke up in the middle of the night and he's like, I can't see. You can't see. And it's because you didn't have the glasses on. So every single one of the products come with 2 glasses, 2 UV glasses, no problem. And if you have them on, you can go right up to it, move it. It's not a big deal. But if you stand there for a while, it's a problem. Some of these lights, I don't know if anybody is familiar with psoriasis or eczema, but those lights kill eczema and psoriasis. So your skin can touch it for a certain period or can be around it for a certain period of time, but it kills the bacteria that causes it in your skin. So if you have a staph infection on your arm, actually the same guy in the jail, he had one on his leg, a little eczema deal. It was really bad and kind of pussy. He put his leg in the bag and it's gone. It went away. It sucked it all out. And Max had it too with, went to a gym, had eczema, and it was, from the straps, from the rubber band straps that were on his arm. And he put his arm in there, and from here to here it was tan. but it was totally gone. Totally pulls it away. It's crazy how awesome it is. We have, in my garage, I have a leaky window and it's got some mold in it. And we fixed the leak, but I put that light on that windowsill for 24 hours and it bubbles. It was pulling all the yuck out. It's super cool.
We've done a lot of at-home tests. We'll try that to see if it works. But we are scientific improvement in the science.
Yeah, there's just so many applications on what we can do. So we'd love to help. Anything we can do to help, we will. We have products available and we'd love to get them out to you.
Any other questions?
Oh, yep. Thank you. That was really good. That was kind of eye-opening.
Thank you.
It's a little scary. We didn't want to bring everybody to charts of what's really on what we touch on a daily. Is kind of walk around. It's gross.
You have a card?
I do.
I thought you guys were bringing pizza or something else.
You hungry?
So Jason.
Would anyone else have a card?
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Jason, because we visited a lot about this in 21.
Yeah.
Did you ever make it in, because we were talking a lot with dentistry and their tools and that at that time and some of the medical professions.
Okay.
And you did bring up Walmart, because that was
Yeah.
how you started was. the
Yeah, we were
concept
with
that
Walmart and
the places would run their carts through was one of your ideas at that time.
so we're now in 3 states. And we're in car dealerships, we're in medical facilities, medical clinics, we're in prisons, we're in detention centers, sheriff's office, police departments, schools. And our professional services is now kind of what's taken over, because we're not selling to the private sector.
Right, okay.
And the reason why we changed it, and I think we kind of had this conversation before, is the reason why we changed it is we feel like we kind of came up with a shop vac, right? Like a steam cleaner from your carpet. We think every single house in America should have one, but nobody's gonna pay $5,000 to $10,000 for a steam cleaner. They'll have somebody come and do it for them.
When they have an incident.
When they have an incident. And so we changed the model to that, and we're only selling to the government agencies because we want to keep the taxes down. You know, I don't want to sell the service. I'd rather give it to those agencies and let them figure out how to do it and solve that problem. So that was the thought process, like kind of how we spoke.
Congratulations.
I listened.
Thank you.
But yeah, thank you very, very much.
Have you done a presentation to like the regional IHS or?
No, we have not. This is our first time. We would love to be in front of anybody. I mean, for the first, I'm 51 years old, and for the first time in my life, this is the first time I'm ever proud about a product that I own and do. Because we're really helping people.
You're 51?
I am.
You better get in that bag.
Yeah, get cleaned up. Yeah. That's why I have gray hair. Thank you all very much for your time.
Great to see you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Anything we can do to help you all, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. I should stop you. Yeah.
Okay, next is Rochelle Brown on tribal tourism.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Safe travels.
Yes. Thank you. Nice to meet you all.
Yeah.
Good to see you again.
You bet.
All right, some of the items that I'll go over in my update to you will be a little recap. Some of them were touched on by TJ previously. This opening picture for my report is from the Native American Native Montana Pavilion, where Blue Ribbon Nets were exhibiting, and then Lieutenant Governor Juris came through and met with folks and had great interaction with Blue Ribbon Nets. So that was That was really great. And just to continue, what are my kind of guiding lights or pillars for the work that I'm doing? I'm trying to expand opportunities and trying to elevate the brand and inspire visitation to Indian country. So a little update on where we're at with the production assistant training. This, of course, is something that was the product of meaningful consultation with the SNP Commission that advised us on how to develop this program, how to deploy it. And we, at the point of June will be the time that we decide if we need to make any changes to eligibility or need to do more outreach. So as you can see, we've got 38 awarded of the 80. 42 remaining. We are now in round 4, which is all open, first come, first serve from this point forward to ensure that we get these all out before December 31st of this year. We still have work to do with Fort Belknap, Northern Cheyenne, Rocky Boys, and Little Shell. They're the ones that are only a few individuals have taken advantage or gotten the word out about this opportunity. We have no more Blackfeet available. We've got 3 left for Fort Peck, 1 for Crow, and then we've got 6 still available at Flathead. So
who is responsible for promoting it?
So it's primarily Accelerate MT, but I do that as well.
Okay.
And if you go to my site on the OICE at Department of Commerce, Office of Indian Country Economic Development, on my page is this information as well as the link to the application. At this time, you do need to be an enrolled member of one of our Montana tribes. However, in June and likely at the August STEP meeting, depending on how much progress we make over the summer, we will look at doing an amendment to the eligibility to include descendancy. But that is a per tribe decision. Not all tribes feel that they want to expand the eligibility to descendancy. They want to stick with enrolled members. So that'll be a tribe by tribe decision. Go ahead.
And can we get some information? We can put it out there.
Absolutely, yes. And if I can follow up with you guys with an email, we've got a digital flyer as well as link to my site, link to the submittable application. This is eligible for anyone 16 years old and older. So they can be sophomores or juniors in high school, driving age, as long as, you know, because we want them to be able to get jobs in this industry and to be able to get a paycheck. And so usually 16 years old or older are those that are in a position to enter some kind of a contract for services. So Wes Belcourt is from Rocky Boy. He's one of the graduates from the first class of this in-person training. And he's in talks right now with Yellowstone to be on that second half of the last part of the Yellowstone production that will be happening or is underway. So but the next part of this is not just getting the training, but tracking the graduates and ensuring that they're given opportunities for call to work opportunities. And so Accelerate MT, the Media Training Center, they have a database that they hold on to. So when they get word of a production coming to Montana, they're looking for local crew, that those call to work opportunities go out to our graduates as well as the Montana Film Office in the Department of Commerce. So right now there's at least 2 locations in which these graduates are listed and available to get those calls for work. So the next thing will be just kind of a recap from the Native American Made in Montana Pavilion at the Made in Montana Show. We had just under 6,000 general public attendees to the show this year. It wasn't the highest attended, but it was the 2nd or 3rd highest attended trade show that's been going on for a number of years. And these are the 4 that we sponsored. The goal of our department is to expand new members to this program. Rather than supporting the same exhibitors year over year over year, we need to grow the program and recruit more individuals to the program. This trade show is exclusively for businesses that can do wholesale orders. So it's not just someone that is an artist or a producer or grows things in Montana. They've got to be in a position to secure a larger wholesale order. And so that's what makes this trade show unique from other trade shows or fairs. One thing that I think is another goal for our department is not only do we help support Made in Montana, which is operated over in the Office of Tourism, but we're exclusively trying to build the Native American Made in Montana brand. but also to see what it would take for a member, what would they need to be in a position to do wholesale orders? Do they even know what that looks like? So perfect example here was Melissa Tromley. I met her at the, not the Little Show powwow, but the Indigenous Games that came and had a powwow. And she was in their vendor aisle, and I was talking to her about the program, asked her if she knew about it, she didn't, and she was selling stickers and prints of her artwork. And I was like, if you can make copies of your artwork rather than only selling your originals, you're in a position to do wholesale. So you can even turn it into t-shirts or into hats or bumper stickers. It doesn't have to be, massive, like Chinese level distribution. A wholesale order could just be to one retail store. So Melissa secured an order from Glacier National Park to be in all of their gift stores. She was also in negotiations with a gift store in Cut Bank in order for them to carry her products there as well. So those are some examples of little gains that we're making, but more inspiration to keep going and to keep building. So the Little Show enterprise that does your merch, so that is LS 7574. So they are becoming members of Made in Montana, committed to be in the trade show in the pavilion next year. And from Chippewa Cree, Cree tribal member, his name is Lauren Henderson. He is a fine artist, and he does canvas copies or prints of his original pieces. And he's a new recruit as well. So he'll be at the show next year. While last 2 years, we've only sponsored 4. We could go up to 8, but we want to make sure that they're new members and they're people that have never had the opportunity before. If you know anyone that wants to get into this, contact us. We want to help. At Governor's Conference this year, this are some photos from our breakout session. We had 5 individuals or businesses present to the audience, and we had 66 attendees to that session. And in the next slide, you'll see that we had promotions that went out to those. Do you want to go to the next one? Yeah. We did gift certificate giveaways. So everyone that came in, they filled out something and put it into the bag, and we drew from those folks and gave away these gift certificates to their businesses or the services that they offer. And then Cedar Rose Bulltail was also one of our Native American Made in Montana members, TRIA member. She makes balms and products, and we pre-ordered a whole bunch of those products so that we could give them out to all the attendees. So we wanted people to be inspired to have an Indian country experience, whether they're a customer of a business or they experience an event like Pro Fair.
How does Landon's work? Is it like a virtual?
Yeah, so he offers a couple of different ways. He can either come in and do a service for an organization. He can do lectures, or he can also offer virtual. And then that later in that afternoon on day 1, we had Commissioner Backbone, who was a part of the tourism, sports tourism. I see this as another growing industry for us in tribal tourism. Sports happen also in our shoulder seasons. So basketball are great, fall to winter event, and then in the spring you've got tournaments. We see that as another way to kind of have that powwow economy of vendors, and maybe have them also catering to people that are coming to these events and being indoors. It's also tourism for Montanans by Montanans. And then when you get to the tournament season, and you've got people coming from neighboring states, high schools, colleges. And so it's a way to really promote our tribal cultures to those that are visiting around these sports activities. At our awards banquet, we had again a lot of Indian country represented. The Kiayo Powwow Committee from University of Montana did a mini grand entry. They had drumming and singing. Johnny Wetzel, his family has the Montana Indian Athletic Hall of Fame. They were nominated and awarded the Tribal Tourism Award for advocacy, elevating Native American talent. And then the next morning we had Mariah Gladstone
And she did a cedar tea and maple service to all the attendees in the grand ballroom. This was the first time that we've had a Montana tribal member be a main stage presenter. And again, what I was hoping was that when people thought back on this governor's conference, that they would say, wow, Indian country really brought it. We had an opportunity to learn things, to see things, to feel things, to taste things, and to inspire them to go out and be customers of Indian country. And then she had a breakout session as well. So there were some surveys that circulated throughout the conference and after the conference. And so we're waiting to find out what the attendees said and how many of them gave us some feedback if we're on the right track with how we were represented at the conference. So then Great American West International Roundup. This is an international tourism trade show that happened in Casper, Wyoming. This year I had the ability to sponsor one tribally owned business that caters to tours and would be in a position to get into contracts with international booking agents from the Italian, French, German, Australian. So, yep, Brown Sun Tours, yep. And so Derek was able to meet not only with, it's speed dating for international booking. You get 10 minutes per table and you go to 40 different tables. And you basically travel a number of countries in that day of that speed dating. And so those are just some of the appointments that he had with folks. He also met tribal leaders from North Dakota and South Dakota. And this reminds me of I think I put NC there rather than Dakotas. Yeah, I got my Northern Cheyenne in there instead of the South Dakota. Exactly.
I thought Ed owned Sun Tours.
So that's his son.
Okay.
Yeah, Ed's trying to retire.
Oh.
And so his son Derek is general manager now, taking over. They have 10 buses, 10 drivers. They're all Blackfeet tribal members.
Do they get a free pass to go over going to the sun? Like that?
I think all tribal members can go into the national parks without having to pay.
Or get the ticket each one.
That's right, they don't have to do the tickets.
Okay.
Yeah, but they are also, they have an exclusive contract with the national parks.
Oh, good.
So it's them and the red buses.
Yeah.
So they're the only tour operators allowed to go into the park right now.
How long is it going to be?
He does a half day tour, which is about 4 hours, and that's about $90 a person. Or you can do the full day tour, which is about 7 to 8 hours. Half the time is going around Blackfeet tribal lands, and the other half is going into the park. And so, yeah, he made great connections. And one of the takeaways for me in terms of the international market is that I would say 30 to 40% of these countries said explicitly on their information that their customers, their #1 location is Montana, their #2 request is an Indian country experience. So it's a very strong market for Indian country. And this was our first opportunity to kind of test it. And we got really, really great feedback. So, and then on that note about North Dakota, South Dakota, in a recent conversation with some Northern Cheyenne tribal members, council members, there's a desire to have more connections with some of our surrounding states, the Wyoming and the Dakotas. And so I'll be following up with all of you to give you some of those connections across the boundaries, so that if you have an idea and a collaboration across state lines that you'd like to explore, I've got some connections for you there. And then what's next for me? So the rest of this fiscal year, I'm intending to get sponsorships out to 5 of our 8 nations under this fiscal year, and then the next fiscal year starts July, so I'll go with the other 3 of the 8 nations for their event sponsorships. I'm essentially wanting to put these sponsorships towards your events. You can decide what event you want to put those monies towards. And then we're looking to have basically prepaid vendor fees, so that like our department can have a vendor booth to set up and do outreach and engagement with the community. And some of our other partners that are working in this tourism space might have the opportunity to be there and then engage with your community, get feedback. Yes.
When did the state change agencies of record?
That happened in, I believe, January.
Did it?
Yeah, so the Hoffman York contract ended, I believe, officially the end of February or end of March. And so back last summer, they started the RFP process and put that RFP out. What they did was they separated the scope of work. So they put it into 4 scopes. And those that could bid for those were not allowed to have all 4 scopes under one company.
What are the 4 scopes?
Yeah, so one is advertising, so media placements, research, content, and there's one more. It has to do with the advertising content. I have to double check with Mitch Marcoms on that one. I said, so Hoffman York had all 4 of those things, and so they had, not against them, but when one agency is responsible for all 4 of those things, they're kind of guarding their own performance. And so the intention on dividing that up and always having research be separate was to hold each agency accountable for the metrics.
Sure. So when they did the selection, who's on the committee to review whoever's going to advertise for the country?
I would have to ask Mitch Staley, who's in charge of Marcoms. I wasn't involved in any of that, so I don't.
Sure, we didn't have a seat at the table to discuss who's going to be marketing us. Yeah.
I think that that's a very important feedback. Chair Gray, I would encourage you to maybe express that to our leadership.
Yeah. But, you know, they're going to advertise for us, right?
Well, yes. They're responsible for advertising for the entire state. Yep. Along with this, as you may recall from my last report, I have monies for scopes of work, for a new guidebook, for photography for that, and for replacement videos that will be on the Visit MT website. So I just signed those scopes of work. Windfall is the manager of those contracts, but they don't get to just decide unilaterally who's doing the work for us. So those are decisions that we make internally.
Can we at least vet the work once it's done?
Yes, and in fact, all this work is
I
going to be
mean,
done.
that's just for accuracy, right?
Absolutely. So, yes, in fact, this work is going to be done in collaboration with each nation.
Okay.
And Mike Jetty from OPI, he has volunteered to help with making sure that language accuracy and representation is there. We're looking at bringing as many people together on whatever these finished products are. It's a 2-year project. We're going to be getting some content, basically just raw material B-roll and photography will start this summer and then continue next summer. If we have basketball events, if we've got other events that show a more contemporary, well-rounded representation of Indian country, they're going to be there, all those different events according to what each nation wants to capture and how they want that message of their nation to be demonstrated. Good. And so basically by the next commission meeting, we should have a plan on what that vetting is, what that review is, what that messaging is, all of that. So I recently had a conversation with FWP about doing another collaborative project with them. However, after today's STED meeting and Montana Arts Council, I think that either we do kind of a split thing where some of the monies that were going to be dedicated to this FWP project either go towards the Montana Arts instead, or it's a split idea. But this is where I wanted to get all of your feedback on some additional collaborative projects. So just the rough sketch, because this was just conceptually just yesterday, and so I was excited to come talk to you all about it today. If we do another collaborative project, it would be very similar to what we did with Crow for Chief Plenty-Coup and Pictograph Cave State Park, but it would be at 3 locations that we are thinking of. One would be, it would be essentially 2 videos, but it would be of these 3 potential locations. The first location would be Giant Springs State Park and the Buffalo Jump, and having that be a collaborative voice from Chippewa Cree, Little Shell, and Blackfeet about what is the historical relevance of these locations to the tribes of a historical importance of those two locations. So that's idea one. Idea two would be Rush Lake and the area way up in the northeast that's in the Fort Peck area, and linking that to their Buffalo Trail project that they're working on and having a story around that. And then the third idea is Northern Cheyenne, Medicine Rocks, and the Rosebud Battlefield, and potentially even bringing in the Battle of Little Bighorn. And they're very important and main role in that story. So I think those are the three ideas that we were talking about with FWP.
The only obstacle, and I don't know if anyone from the state has reached out to you, because it's designated NHL. But the man who owned the property passed away, and his son is not as nice.
Okay.
Yeah. His name is John, the dad's name was Jack, and he passed away. John's not very welcoming.
Interesting.
Yeah, but we'll see.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Any initial feedback on if you were familiar with the project that Crow worked on with our department and FWP on Pictograph Cave and Chief 22? So no, not familiar with it. I can send the link to that. They're on YouTube. I can send those storylines on to you so you can see them as an example. And if there's anything that I'm missing that you're thinking needs to be more important, that you'd rather have elevated, FWP certainly wants to have something that involves a state park of some sort, or something that is within their purview of management, maybe hunting grounds or yeah, I'm just trying to think of some other.
Oh, it all was. At one time, so.
Exactly.
It's the easy one.
Exactly. So be thinking about that, and also just off of that earlier conversation today with Montana Arts Council. Do you see a collaborative project? Do you see something, maybe a story that we could maybe even capture in film, so that it could be a great little short film about coming together with them? And yeah, so at this point, I just wanted to kind of get your ideas going and give you some time to think about it. You don't have to make a decision right now. I do have a kind of a tight timeline to get some funds obligated to something for this fiscal year. There'll certainly be an opportunity to just, not utilize those funds this year and utilize funds for next year. Or we split it. We do the FWP thing and get that secured so that we can look towards arts in 25. So a couple of options there. Please think about it and let me know your feedback and what direction you'd like to see me go with that. And then in October, I'll be opening the Little Sister Cycle for the Indian Equity Fund, Tribal Tourism, Small Business Grants. They're intended to be $10,000 award grants, up to 3 per tribal nation. And for tribal members that are trying to get into this industry, and they'll be going through the ServiceNow Grants and Loans portal to apply. It's a 10% match, and they can use existing business expenses as their match. For example, if you're a small business owner and you are spending $100 a month on your cell phone and it's a business expense, 1 year's worth of cell phone bill, you've met your match. So just try to keep it a little bit more flexible to ensure that a cash match is not a barrier to someone being able to make their small business dream a reality. Especially in this industry, which is right now kind of a seasonal thing. We can find ways to try to expand it into shoulder seasons, but that's why it's a little bit of a smaller grant than what Luke is able to administer. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Moving on with the agenda. last, but we saved the best for last. IEF and NAWA programs, Luke Robinson. Okay, time's up.
Marilyn was gonna go.
Okay,
You don't go? Okay. All right, yeah, thank you, Commissioner Backbone, thank you guys, everyone for sticking around. I'll talk about the Indian Equity Fund Small Business Grant. Again, it's for startup and existing businesses up to 14,000. I just did a presentation over in Fort Belknap for this, so they gave me this PowerPoint slide deck, so I'm just regurgitating it. There's Clayton Cole, Kill Eagle, basketball coach, boys and girls this last year. He bought that flatbed trailer a couple of years ago, but I just used his picture. There's 406 Native Roots and Billings. They got a lot of inventory. They got a sewing portion back there in the background there, so they got some equipment for that, large commercial scale and stuff like that.
Where
So
is it?
that's in Billings on the west side, right on Grand, no, Central. Yeah, they were one of the ones that got off reservation, so they got about 6,000. So everybody gets 14 like Clayton, but they split it up. If you're off reservation, you get a few less points and stuff. It's become really, really detailed the last few years for this criteria for the Indian Equity Fund. So I'll go to the next slide, please. And there's breaking it down really simple. Just last year, got 85 applications. We gave 26 awards. We usually do 24, so we split two $12,000 awards, gave 6,000 to a couple businesses. This year, they just decided last week that we're going to open it 7/1 till 8/31. So that's kind of back to where it's traditionally historically been in the summertime. So everybody's expecting it. So they changed it to the fall time. Last year it was a disaster.
Yeah.
Got 85 applications, way down. So hopefully things get back to a good level again, normalized level. The next one, thank you. So historically, what we've done, I started in about 21. We did a really good marketing campaign then, and I've got the most applications. And since then, just a bunch of significant changes in the office, business MT office, division administrators, shoot directors, you name it. So I'm still here. Can't get rid of me, but we had a few extra dollars back then, gave 34 awards in 21, 24, 24, then 26 we just split two. So it's just the same amount of work for the, for the amount of awardees. So and here's where it ties together with the Native American Business Advisors. These are going to stay in place in existence. So these are the technical assistance providers that help for free the Indian Equity Fund applications. They help with business technical assistance, loan applications for commercial loans. Little Shell Tribal NABA is Brian Adkins, and he is always on the ball. Works kind of remotely though too, I believe, but he still helps out everybody with the applications. They got to do some trainings as well and just get some numbers, but a few of them are, again, the tribal, our native CDFIs, tribal enterprises, and SBDCs. So some of them have changed logos too, but I just got this last week, so I'll change it up next time. Thank you. NABAs, that's what they do there, and then they just switched up the application again. So it's going to open right around the corner, and it's pretty much the same people that apply for it and get it and stuff, except for Belknap, where I just was. Yeah, I was up there at the first business symposium they did. That's Montana Native Growth Fund. They're separating from Island Mountain Development, and they're going to do their own CDFI with Carrie Shabby and Cora Shanley, who have a background in this kind of work, nonprofit economic development. So it was a pretty good turnout. They had a fashion show, got a lot of good buzz about the Indian Equity Fund coming up, and they're helping out with it. So that was get a small $20,000 grant. They got a multi-million-dollar budget for their offices, native CDFIs, lending and stuff. So it's a pretty good deal, but we ask a lot from them. So all right, thank you. That's me, my information. Again, our website's indiancountry.mt.gov, and just staying busy. Just want to tell everybody too that I'm getting my MBA this weekend from University of Montana. Thanks, and I said I was done with everything, but I'm gonna jump into Leadership Montana too in the fall. So we'll be doing that too. All right, thank you. Back to you, Sean.
Who's your speaker?
Who's that?
For the graduation?
Oh yeah, What's her name? Gladstone? Yeah, Lily, I don't want to say Mariah. Lily Gladstone, she's gonna be there at that commencement, yeah.
All right, moving on, other businesses?
Actually, Jacqueline, I have a question,
Yes.
just to clarify. So HB 19 was a separate section on the agenda. Did you
Yes.
cover that in your OIS?
I did cover it.
Just wanted to clarify that. I do have other business.
Okay.
Floor's
open.
So our next meeting is August 7th. And right now I have us scheduled to meet at the Sherman Inn, which is in Wolf Point. The problem is the NADC has their annual conference on at the same time, so the 6th through the 8th. And they do want attendance there from OIS, especially in the state commissioners if possible. So I didn't know if it's hard with not having a larger turnout of said members, if we should change it. I'm offering this just to.
Where's the conference?
I think it's Billings.
Yeah, Billings downtown still.
Yeah, Billings.
So is there anything in the stat that meeting attendance?
Like that they have to meet, like the people have to show up.
Meetings, you could probably drop off. Get someone else in here to represent.
Not that I'm aware, but
Last time we had that Black here for a long time, so Cheryl.
there has been no, I've been asking the governor's office and so far there's no, nobody that's been selected.
Misty hasn't showed up for a long time.
Which
She was
is
in
our
call
last meeting.
for like 20 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah.
For lunch. Yep. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, you know, it'd be nice, because you're just saying if we'd have more commissioners, right? Yeah, participation would be nice, but.
Well, I can find out if there's an issue of commissioners not attending, the attendance part of it. I'm not aware of anything right now that I can look into that.
I'll check on.
So is it our decision on the location? Well, what I'm asking, yeah, is if you guys want to change the date since it conflicts with the NADC conference.
I was asking if it has to be. It was really good this year.
I'm fine with that. I think the date change. As long as it's a Tuesday or a Wednesday, those work best for me.
Location or dates.
I think dates, we're changing dates. I can change the dates with the Sherman Inn without getting penalized for it. I talked to them already, just in case you guys wanted to change those dates. I know August is a busy time for everybody.
Later in August is difficult for me. Work around it.
Later in August?
Yeah. Maybe late August, but I can certainly call in. and make it-
Well, Sean has Pro Fair.
Yeah, that's a big
In
deal.
the September.
So the third week, first weekend is Rocky Boy. Second weekend is D-Town. Third weekend is Pro Fair.
Next week is Little Show.
Yeah, Little Sky, and then you go back to school. So. 28. I'm open on 28.
Or Labor Day.
Yeah.
The 28th, that would work for me.
Today. Hold on, 20. Yeah, okay.
Is that for your transaction?
Yeah.
The 28th?
Sure, great. Your powwow is August, was it the 25th, 25th?
Yeah, sometime. When's your program?
Ours is third weekend.
Third weekend?
Yeah, always. Past 105 years.
I'll check with Lisa.
Yeah, I thought it was last weekend.
I hope she didn't do it.
No.
Oh, that one's good.
Yeah. Double check the calendar on that.
Nate, yep.
Yep.
So you're the third weekend, right? Which would be the 16th, 17th? Zero fair? Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think you guys are the 23rd, 24th.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
The
yeah.
weekend after that.
That's good.
Yeah, so
Oh,
it's
okay.
like
So
Rocky
28.
Boy, Zero fair.
Yeah, that's
Little
all
Shop.
right.
28?
Yep.
Work pick? Okay. All in favor? All right.
Marilyn, I'll check on the appointments. I think in some cases we just haven't had responses or applications. So I will check.
Because I think too.
Find out on that.
We should probably reach back out to Browning and ask them
Yeah.
to nominate somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll check on that.
Okay.
Let you know.
Someone that's interested.
Yeah.
Are you checking on the attendance requirements?
I don't believe there is, but
Okay.
I'll check and see. But I've been trying to help with some appointments on other boards and commissions, and it's been really difficult to find people to apply.
And then maybe too, we can actually see the director of commerce at some point. I know he's just, he's a nice guy. From Hardin, right?
Well, that's far enough out, so he
Yeah.
might be able to get on the schedule. Yeah.
Okay, any other?
We don't even have to adjourn, right?
Once you're in a quorum.
Yeah, once you're set.
Yeah, once it's set, so knock a motion. Make a motion to adjourn.
I'll make more.
Gerald Gray makes a motion,
Second.
second by Melissa Lombard. All in favor? Say aye. Aye. Oh,
Thank you, guys.
all opposed? Going.
Hey, travels.
Yeah.